Karakin. The new map is now online. Have you and your companions had your chicken dinner on this 2x2 map yet? In Karakin, there are loads of brand new items and features, so let's introduce you to all the latest content. Demolition Zone. As well as Karakin, the small and exciting map, there's also the most well-known feature, the Demolition Zone. You may be familiar with the Red Zone, where as long as you hide in a building you can dodge airstrikes. But in Karakin, if you're in the Demolition Zone, you'd better leave that forsaken place. The buildings here won't protect you. Buildings in the Demolition Zone will be destroyed by the Red Zone. After the Demolition Zone passes, all battlefield environments will completely change. This will obviously bring more variety to the battlefields. Breakable walls. There are a load of walls in Karakin that don't look all that strong. If you have a Panzerfaust or a sticky bomb, you can break down these walls to explore the worlds behind them. This improves your mobility massively. Imagine the enemy waiting by the door for you to come out, and you make the great decision to suddenly smash down the wall and take them by surprise. Of course, there's also whole new worlds and a wealth of supplies behind these walls, just waiting for you to explore. Thin walls. Many buildings in Karakin have walls that aren't that strong, as well as walls that you can blast a hole through. There are also some extremely thin walls. You can break through these walls with bullets to attack your enemies. So be sure to look out for these walls, but don't use them as cover as they won't protect you. New items, Panzerfaust, and Sticky Bomb. In Karakin, we've added these two brand new items. First up is the Panzerfaust. Yes, you read that right. As well as payload mode, you can also see it in classic mode. I heard you're good at the Kar 98K. Let's compete who shoots more accurately. Sticky bombs are mainly used to blast through walls, but watch out, as some cunning players may have a few tricks up their sleeves that make this item quite interesting. Well, that about covers everything you need to know about Karakin. So, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and try out these new features with your friends.
Indeed, it will be the airdrop getting taken up by 5 threats, but it will also be them shooting down, finding one onto Nasty. Comes up for the duo.
They're slowly flattening it out, like taking so much time for both sides trying to toy and around each other trying to bait, but that numbers advantage will... And Navarro just needs to try and find a way to heal a little bit or, tank it for one bit. But you know what? IND with the impatience, knowing the blue zone comes in, they will crash to a rock and they will just be all pinned behind her. And Navarro... teams only, and you just hot drop on someone, and just paying the price already is the side of fear. And they can, for a team like CG Esports, who needs to redeem themselves, they actually could use a bit more of a brand.
Yarnlet has also been taken down with the knock, and meanwhile, Arena 50.
That's so
Indeed, look at that replay. Look at Snake away, not gonna be quick enough to come together. Slayer loses his life just down to Osama, but they also now have to keep themselves alive in their own fight versus the rest of 5 threats as they come through. One potential knock doesn't get found, and Osama now itself. But Toothan, while they fight, is gonna be MPS taking one onto the rest of TFN. Can Toothan be able to defeat this and come up to a hard rotation as IND looking to be the MVP? 2 knocks make it 3 with the previous one, and now the only solo here for IND.
Maybe Hackshot with some chance right there, because Cyrus has to move as a team. 1 knock onto them as well. Over is still in here. They will get found. 5T can maybe take this. The circle keeps going to them on boot camp. Another one comes down from Enpo. The 2 of the 3 spots that we think may make it to the finals, straight through that top 4 spot, are the side of
the side of their teammates move on the backside, and Duskan, although he finds a beautiful shot already onto Anfo, and that's 1 down. Make sure he plays so, baiting out the shots onto Axe as well, and as it slowly takes these players down, I do find concern in Northern rotation.
third chicken dinner, throwing the pan across as well. And Rawa said, you know what? I'm not going to contest this. I don't want to give you that kill point, but Risen says, I want it, as they put it. Like, listen. And that is the error, like, margin for
and Pota, of course, has found that knock onto UV. A second one now on to Snar, and it just looks.
And then they just died from that and continue to get punished. Definitely. And I mean, Optic just came through in this position, but you know what? Maybe there is an Overwatch over.
The rest as well has come over. Continues their way through, but it will be Busy Hunters to push her back down.
Busy Hunters finally showing up, at least, you know, knowing how to use.
Tick down to the duo. You can see this replay showing the beauty there of Conqueror as well.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Welcome everyone back to day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. It was an epic day number 1 between the teams down on those 5 matches, but we got 5 more brilliant matches to come with Group A on now the final date for them to qualify. You are joined by not only myself, but as always, the most beautiful caster of them all. Professor Tarzan is here alongside me for all of the action. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing okay. You know what? Just waiting for these games to start, because that standings, you know, that leaderboard's looking very interesting. We've got a little bit of that points bunch situation, a huge separation between the top 5 teams and the rest of that Group A table. So, you know what? Prove us wrong. You know, change the tides. Give us something that we didn't expect.
Indeed, right? As we get to look through over on the standings, it's going to be 5 threats who came through with the triple chicken dinner, the hat trick on the first day of games, and they looked dominant here in the first 5 matches. Optic Gaming, though, they slid through to second place, and Conqueror just below them. But it is a story here of the top 5 teams, I think, Professor Tarzan, because below them, but now, looking over at Cyrex Esports, there's a big gap between these squads.
Very, very obvious difference in plays as well yesterday. So we mentioned all those, you know, textbook plays, etc., how a team can like adapt, you know, when they have numbers disadvantage and etc. All those things we still need to see from a lot of these teams. Of course, 5 threats had 3 chicken dinner yesterday out of 5 games, just a force to be reckoned with 100%. And Optic Gaming, I mean, coming through as the first seed of their group in the open qualifier, showing us why did they deserve that spot.
Indeed, as you can see through over on the bottom of the leaderboard, though, some teams still to get off the standings, some teams still to get up there, as we will also get to look through at the points distribution. This is where these points make prices, Professor Tarzan, to be able to get to the finals. 15 points for first place every single time you can do so, and more even crucially here, the 1 point per kill, which is how these teams have been able to find themselves, some of them, up on the top of that leaderboard.
And of course, this point system is something that we're quite used to now. A lot of teams need to in a way, adjust their playstyle and make some decisions according to that. When they are kind of stuck in between, do I rotate? Do I fight this? These type of considerations when it comes to the point distribution can be factored in to make those points. And of course, we need to look at that prize pool, €5,000 in total, and a good separation between the first and second place as well. But of course, we've got €100 going to that MVP of the tournament.
And indeed it will be. You can see those 5,000 big fat euros for those 16 teams that do make it to the finals. And that will be the decision-making time that we have today to decide who of those 16 teams will be able to come through. Because before we get to actually have a look at those teams, we do have to have a look through quickly at the maps as well. As you can see, it will be starting through from Wrangell, Miramar, Sandhawk, then through to Miramar and back onto Wrangell to close us off. And if it is anything to go by from yesterday's games, we can be assured some action from the get-go.
And that's particularly true for the map Wrangell. Matches 1 and 5, or should we say matches 6 and 10 for today, because it's the same groups as yesterday, and we saw a lot of favor going into the North Georgia Port area, and we were wondering, right, Island Wolf, whether they would do the same after game 1, knowing that it's pretty congested. Seems like teams are not afraid to go back for a round 2 or fight.
Indeed, and I think as well we do need to keep in mind, though, that as we mentioned earlier, only 4 teams of these 16 can immediately advance through to the finals. That is the way the tournament works, and then the teams from 5th down to the 12th place position will then also go through to a preliminary stage in 2 weeks' time, where they get a second shot at being able to reach the grand finals in 3 weeks' time. And then, unfortunately, though, the rest of these 4 teams that don't make the cut, they will be eliminated from the competition, and we will have to say goodbye to 4 of our squads already at the end of tonight.
You know what? Having that system as well, Island Wolf, I think adds a lot of spice to today's games, because we've got 5 teams, right, that have been showing us a lot of their strengths, but only 4 out of those 5 teams can go straight to the finals. So this is kind of my question, right? If I know that I'm actually almost equally good as the other 4 teams, so I just missed it, maybe it's not also bad, right? We get to practice against the enemies that will fight in finals again if they are so confident to get through preliminaries. So that might be just the practice that they want.
Indeed, and I think as well that we do have to keep looking through into now the first matches. We will be very shortly able to get onto it. The green rolling hills of Wrangell, the action about to start in the final chance, final set of games for these teams to pick up those points. And we do get to see that playing path go over from Lipovka down to the south final. Enough, because Georgia Pole this time around, Tarzan, is not available to these teams.
I think it will still come down to whether they like Georgia Pole so much as a drop that they will get a car somewhere, maybe towards Gatka, and still go for that position on the map. Or the other option that could be, available to them might be going to that Western Main Road, go up that shoreline all the way up to Hospital and Georgia Pole.
Right, and the fact that you can also see teams dropping over towards what looks to be Optic to Kameshki, which is an interesting drop indeed. Either that, or what they will choose to do is maybe go along the roadside, then make their way into Yasnaya Polyana. That would be the opposite option to go for. But I also like to look at teams dropping over on the South Island, because when the path allows you to, I'm a fan. I'm slightly biased towards the South Island. I do like it when teams drop over there, because the analytical points that you can make on how teams rotate in or out of the island, when to rotate in or out of the island, are still also going to be relevant, because you can see that zone go both the center point of mass in Erangel, but also that's of Northka base as well.
Yes, and I mean, and that is a little bit of basically complementing that playing path, the early phase. But you know what? Let's have a little bit of that early clash as well. Like Atom trying to land some shots with that pistol, and with a run over as well. MPS with the opening knock of today's games, and we also see right around Primorsk area we had the side of Come Over as well as Arena 51 going over there. And what is going on right now? MPS with 2 run overs, and that is just, it sucks to be TFN in that one. 2, half of the squad gone, being run over.
Tufan already struggling. They're already struggling indeed. It just puts them down already in terms of a mentality, surely, being just not taken out in a normal way, but literally being driven over by a competition. As MPS look for now more space to control. But the other duo here from Tufan, Kirit, unfortunately, also looking to be taken down by Zach as Atom looks to finish them off. The solo remains for Tufan already, and it is not only 3.5 minutes into this game.
I feel like these teams that's been clashing early, they are kind of just going for the same spots for cars, and that's probably the reason for that clash. And of course, if you don't get that car, and then you just find yourself running around. So when it comes to car spawns, right, there are definitely certain options. You should maybe go for something or car spawn positions that allow you to somehow dip to some compounds if you feel like you're not going to beat your enemies to grabbing that car. And I mean, like Atom, of course, lost Axe in that series of chaos, but they at least got themselves 1 kill. So TFN under a lot of pressure by losing 2 players early.
I think our team that is also under a lot of pressure to get points in tonight's games is Arena 51 Esports, because they as well have not had the most brilliant of games starting through in the first day. And I think they are one of these teams that have had the potential. We've seen signs of life from them in some points and some team fights. But going into a wrangle, do you think that they need to be a little bit or even more aggressive than what they're being, or is it more towards the consistency of making it into the zones?
Well, it's really hard to say, because from what we've seen from Arena 51 so far, there's a little bit of things that they still need to work on, both in the rotations department as well as the team fight department. For example, they tried to do some wide rotations when it's a little bit too late after a looting phase that's not quite sufficient. And when it comes to fights, they have some splits that make me feel pretty puzzled, right? Just forcing themselves to a corner clumped up with no escape strategy. So I'm waiting to be proved wrong by this squad tonight.
I would also like to see as well the use of smokes. And this was something that we mentioned earlier in yesterday's games, that hopefully some of these players, if not the squads, have been able to pick up on going into tonight, which is being able to, in the looting phase, as you mentioned rightly so, take it between the 10, the 11 smokes per player. And that will be enough to see you into the late game and not only use them as a way to make smoke roads, or not only use them to spam them out in the final fights, use them carefully, but also you can use them aggressively as well, right? You can use them, as you mentioned, to block out the vision, which is something I am yet to see from many of these players. We only got to see it when one fight over in Pachinki yesterday at the start of Game 5.
I mean, two schools of thought, I think, or should I say 2 ways to be better in making utilities efficient. And efficiently using utilities usually comes down to 2 things, like at the higher caliber. One, to use them proactively. You don't use them reactively, only say, oh, I'm getting shot now, or I'm getting, like, my teammates are getting knocked, then you use a smoke. You assess your weak sides, your defensive angles, and just lay them out if it doesn't give away too much info, right? So that's the first one. And secondly, like you mentioned, aggressive smoke, how it shouldn't take you 5 smokes to smoke across the road. Some of them are piled on top of each other, so we're wasting them. But you can do the same thing by choking some visions in the enemy across the street, maybe who's trying to peek you through the only window that they can shoot you through. So, like, these are things that we want to see. And of course, rotations will be an interesting one for this phase one, especially for the teams on that western side. They can either charge through, right, through the middle zone into the farm area, or they can have the option to even go into the southern island through military base, which is untouched so far. And it's safe to assume so, because that's the case for the 2 Erangel games yesterday as well.
I mean, I'm no pro at maths, but I certainly know 1 is less than 5 when it comes to laying down the smokes at the end of the game. And I also think that you have to note the way this zone has gone. It is split in a way 40-60 in favor of the mainland. And I would like to see a little bit more control of teams facing actually to the western side bridge, maybe looking to try rotate through there early on, or indeed actually going on the long coastal line point just directly north of this North African military base. I think this would be someplace in the zone that would actually be very beneficial for some of these teams to take.
Definitely. That is one way that a lot of good teams play as well. But it comes down to, it's not just a physical position of holding somewhere. It's when we talk about splits as well, like we mentioned yesterday, Island Wolf, is how they, practice and use that split. It's not just about, being physically apart. You need to assess how you can cover each other's angles and whether you can go in for support in a safe way, etc. And one of those teams that need to show us more of the so-called textbook play is definitely CG Esports.
CG Esports struggling to even get off the starting line. They are only just barely in double digits worth of points, and they are a team that do concern me, though, when it directly comes to team fighting, because they haven't really been able to take up so strong, but it has now been instead elsewhere. The elsewhere fight going on. Conqueror versus 5 Threats as they leave Pachinki, look to try find Gyro. And Gyro, unfortunately for him, just too many bodies thrown at the problem onto Conqueror's face and Senso. Maybe it is time to take that car and leave, but Denoka, unfortunately, is on the wrong side of that building. Will also need to try get across, and I think it would be smart to actually take the 3 members and just move closer into zone, as we mentioned, around maybe towards the Potato Hill side, or actually moving in just above farm might make a little bit more sense of these teams.
I think a center position in this circle is quite useful. It's not just because they are in the middle. It's because of the type of positions that's available to these teams around the middle. For example, we've got that plateau to the north of farm. We have Potato Hill and the compounds maybe just to the bottom right to them. We've got some of the shelter compounds as well. So a lot of positions in the middle that give them options to rotate away later on. Okay, and as well as controlling the middle with the high likelihood of the circle going to them.
And Atom as well, unfortunately still on what looks to be the northern side of this map, caught out on the edge of zone. Surprising to see that they are so slow here on the edge, because considering as well that this zone is already moving on to phase 3 at this point, they're still not out. They've not been able to find enough healing, and I do fear that Atom, they're just going to be wiped before they even get out of Severny, and by the time they leave past Jasnai Pollyanna.
I think they're just relying on this, uncontested loot too much. When you have a very southern playing path, then you're going to one of the most northern drops. Then needing that time, to travel there and travel back for a southern phase 1 circle is just not worth it, in my opinion. They can do that, but they need to do it in a very, very efficient way. And with that phase 1, even dropping around the middle zone for cars, having that slowed down as well is the reason why they just need to maybe go for something different, be a little bit more adaptive and flexible.
I do wonder why they are teams getting caught out by the blue zone, right? Because although you may not be able to see the players like we can, we've got a little bit of a cheat sheet here when we get to look through onto the stream and we get to see exactly how teams are positioned. You do get to see where the zone goes. You do get to see how long that zone will take until it shifts once again. And this is basic knowledge. This is basic PUBG Mobile. That when unfortunately, you're getting caught out of the zone, phase 2, and you're struggling to get into the northern side of this zone, which, in fairness, is still towards Roshawk. It's not too hard of a rotation in, considering that it could have actually gone further down to Subnautica. Atom, they need to show some relevance in this game. They need to show their capability to even show that they're alive in this game, because they just look asleep.
And just have a look as well. Like, one of the players been knocked to the blue, and the other one has no first aids, but he can fully boost. And I think that's just about enough for them to get out of there alive. But no, that teammate of Zach is now dead. And that is the issue. What's the point of going for so contested loot if you don't really get enough, you didn't have enough time, and you come back as a duo? That is just issues with planning. I don't believe that he has absolutely no meds remaining. So that is the issue with calculation, and shown some issue when it comes to experience.
As well, though, inside the zone, you can see on the west, that is where the congestion lies. And 5 threats are taking down once again another player of Conqueror. Is also, though, joining up into the fight is the 3rd and 4th threats of IND. Is they too will both of these squads joining up onto the western side, Arena 51 as well, going to cause a little bit of chaos. But I do fear, though, that Demon on his own, at least he was able to find that initial knock onto the device, and that does slow down the rotation from IND. It allows Xerox also to get by. But unfortunately, as I say that, it does look like Xerox has been caught out, not willing to use that buggy no more.
And it's not just IND, it's across the field from that southeast side of this fight, having the full squad of 5 threats overlooking this bit of the field. And that is just a very controlled position. They've been landing some shots, taking that 1 kill, but now with a good 2-2 split. And they seems like have planned this out. They've played this before, and they know which side they have to be aware of. And that's what you could see on the screen of Yatam and Antho, just keeping a 360 view when they have to. And that's something that we love to see from players. Much needed awareness.
I think that as well, IND, unfortunately for them, they've chosen a little bit of a tricky position because there's no ridge lines there to protect them. And that is what we do have to look for, is how, when you rotate into the zone, are you going to defend that position, moving through into the later points of the game, when these teams do begin to congest it towards each other. Yashan as well, one of the remaining members here of 2FAN, they do have 2 still alive, but albeit it was not an easy game to the start of them, and it does look like they're struggling once again onto their health side of things, where they don't have the medkits, they don't have the bandages, and I do fear that this is a recurring problem between some of these teams when it comes to the looting phase just not being efficient enough.
And I mean, that's the issue with picking a spot like that to grab cars as well, leaving themselves, nowhere to go. Like needing to run beyond 1,000 meters to just grab some loot, So something for these teams to think about. But meanwhile, we have a hard shift going towards that eastern bridge, and we'll end around the farm area with some water in play as well. That hard shift to the southwestern side means the abundance of team need to go through the city of Milta and come back down to the farm side. So all those sweet spots that we mentioned to the north of farm, shelter, Milta, etc., will not be in play anymore.
5 threats have found the initial knock through onto Arena 51. Antho also going for higher ground for greater vision on that rooftop, seeing if he can snipe another one out of the game. But unfortunately for them, it is going to be the 4 walls of that building and protect them. On the other side, though, come over as well, rotating in. As you can see, that knock once again coming back down. It will be that beautiful one onto Abshan, which was the knock the 5 threats have taken in. Also coming out of the mainland. Coming into the mainland, out of the South Island, 21 Blackjack as well. But unfortunately for them as well, Malum gets knocked by Optic on the rotation in. Optic also looking like they're struggling, because here comes Samanis, then the double front line with Duskan going for that revive.
And that is a very prompt decision. I mean, they have a good split between the 21 Blackjacks, but they need to know the price of that. It relies on every player to know the trigger discipline, etc., and not to lose their position. And that will cause, I mean, at least doesn't come into support and would take out one who's stuck between their team. MPS lost one. And then Optic Gaming slowly coming in along that coastline as well on the east side, but that is also Jimenez making sure that that angle is completely covered.
Jimenez is crucial to the composition of 21 Blackjacks right now. He is the middleman that protects not only the back line, but also the front line. Here, as you can see, denying Optic, denying Come Over the opportunity to get closer towards them inside this zone to stop the fight from group. Actually creating that chaos between multiple teams as well. CG Esports behind Optic. This is their opportunity to possibly wake up and take some kills.
And finally, coming close, kind of close to the zone, but not quite there yet, is Atom Elites. And Zach is still in here trying to make something work, and that they still need loot is what I believe to be the case. And at least we can see Physics landing some shots and trying to get more control on the northwestern side of the circle, but they need to move in even further. And we can see how multiple teams still trying to hold on to their own position. But you know what? Because it's so edged, it's very likely that they need to start planning ahead.
As well, you can see Busy Hunters already in the position towards the north zone, and this is also the problem of Adam being so late to the rotation. Well, everywhere's taken, I'm afraid. Zach, everywhere's taking jabs, so you're going to have to just rotate, drive your way into the death lobby, as it will be Jab getting knocked down. Zach surely goes for the revive, but is it the right time to go for that revive, considering that Jab, Zach, they're both in tricky positions? Jab gets one more bullet put into him, and that's just enough to stop Zach getting the revive through. And look at the amount of smokes that they have used. And when you cluster all of those smokes together, we talked about it here already, Tarzan, you don't have the smokes to escape out of still what is a flat position.
I mean, that is a lot of, inexperience maybe, and the panicking that comes through. And Zach actually should be happy with his position somewhat, because he's not too far from the zone. If he wants to, float in the water, go all the way to the bottom left of that circle as well, that is one option, but seems like he just wants to find a fancy way to do some card tricks before he potentially loses life, and he does. And this very brutal circle that forces the teams to basically go to this cliffside. I'd say 45% water circle in this one, and it's just going to be chaos. But 21 Blackjack found a good spot on that edge, and then also this side of Come Over having some good spots as well.
Busy Hunters there, taking one, taking two, and against Optic, unfortunately one in return, as it will be the rest of these squads entering into zone. Come Over, looking to defend their position as they all dive into the coastal line, but Arena 51 is first to fall, and these fishies looking like they're gonna be made in some fish and chips for dinner here at Tarzan, because that is what is on the menu, and it's Arena 51, me even maybe losing two. Is on top of them, Quaraz, the Conqueror, and also IND joining them up and on the edge of that beachfront. 5 threats, losing player after player. And inside on the road, it will be Cyrax losing Icy, split away from his team and coming out of the match.
And this tactic, right, sitting in the back seat of the car in the water has its grounds for sure. And if they have the meds, they can completely just heal in there. That is one trick that we see in pro play as well. So Arena 51 tried to make that work and hold on right there. And you can see that nade from the water from McFries and just all the way just completely eliminated the full squad of 5T. And that is one play that people use not just to heal when sitting at the backseat in the water, but throwing nades as well. And it worked out fine for them.
The ability to shoot still in the water is crucial there for those two solo players to concrete their position in the zone. Is now we look to see where the zone will go once again. 21 Blackjack. They are the ones in control, looking over this zone as they to rotate on the coastal line, but a quiet coastal line to the east of this zone, and they will also dodge out the chaos, the carnage that has to come in between still Conqueror decided to come over, and also Cyrax, the duo there in the smoke.
Very, very tricky circle. I mean, this time, these people, these fishies can cause some serious damage to Concrete UK. But talking about this circle, right, separated by that main street, and these players just need to know the side that they can control, the pocket of position, and 21 Blackjack probably have the best position there, controlling one of those best spots with a good split through that mid game and survive as a full team, making it top 6 now. They have a very good chance to make even further in this game.
Goodbye, Arena 51 Esports. They will drop. Another one drops. McFries ain't done yet as he looks to find a second. Yes, he does, making this count. 5 kills so far from IND in the water, but he has to come back out. Possibly here is also Juarez looks to chuck the grenade down, but he's not on the land. He's inside the water, I'm afraid, Juarez, and that is why you need to go a little bit closer. You need to go a little bit further with that one. Wow, Asgore can be taken down. This could be another squad wiped out. If McFries finds this one, at least pushes him to the water. Can he take him down as he climbs onto the rock? No, he cannot. Whereas keeps himself in the hopes of Conqueror alive. Still, though, come over in control of the gas station, the most controlling spot of this game.
That is just ridiculous play by this player. I mean, that for sure is a lesson for Concrete UK, and they've learned a tactic that they would definitely try to use when it's in their favor, because McFries just showed them how to do it. I believe at least 2 players been completely destroyed by this fish right here.
3, including that grenade earlier on, right onto Adams. So it was 3 kills in total by just sitting on the backseat, waiting for players to come to him. As Scythe also gets knocked by come over. The engagement coming through, slowly the pressure from 21 Blackjack, proving a little bit too much here for the French squad, as Narvalo needs to try step up for his team, but he's on the wrong side of that gas station to defend against a full squad. He's been looking for these people down on the rocks.
And this is also a very interesting battle, and finally Conquest UK sealed that deal and killed the very cheeky McFries, and we're down to those 3 teams, full squad for 21 Blackjack, trio for Come Over, and the solo from Concrete UK.
You have to think that this is possibly actually Come Over's game. But the only tricky point being is that they still had to leave that building. That building is no longer inside the zone. So now on the other end, 21 Blackjack with their split, they kept control over that road. But can they do it for that little bit longer? Is also, you do have to keep in mind, whereas that solo player could be the upset between either of these squads, or even stealing away the chicken dinner if he's able to do so.
It's all about the awareness to the limits of the ridge lines. It's all about reflex and all about knowing the map as well. There is definitely some spots that are better in finding the small dips or those, a bunch of grass in front of you. And that is all going to be demonstrated in this one. They just may have to meet in the middle of the circle over that main road.
21 Blackjack, Hermanos stepping up over that ridgeline, looking to try find one through the smoke, is also Whereas puts his own smokes down. 8 kills for Conqueror. If they can get to second place, they will bag themselves 20 points minimum already. but just off that mark, if he does fall down in third, as come over still looming over that gas station could take him down.
Very interesting, because Raras is trying to drop his backpack, but he dropped some important utilities. I think the molly is incredibly important. Like, I think if I were this player, right, my game plan would be to not go for a second place, but I would try to stay stealthy and tactical for as long as possible. But I spoke too soon. I was going to say he could maybe try to steal as many points and kills as possible in that end zone, watching the other two teams fight. But that's him going out to come over first, and then we will have Duxon, the very bold scout, once again for an off angle for 21 Blackjack.
21 Blackjack send through that player with that kill going over in the kill feed. They are aware that come over might have had that weakness against them, not being able to take control, complete cover, and using Duxon as that bait as well. Try push out one member, come over just a little bit too far. As those smokes come through, block out the vision. You love to see it finally being used aggressively, but can Duxon find that off angle? Keep in mind, Narvalo is also on that off angle in the smoke, but inside the gas station it's Golden that goes down first, and possibly here Estelle for seconds. And now who will be third? Who will be the dessert and the aftertaste here, with Narvalo maybe trying to find one back, finds Bimba, but it's only gonna be one extra point. Is 21 Blackjack will be taking this chicken dinner alongside that 10 kills in total. It was beautiful control from that ridgeline.
I think it was beautiful from that mid game. You know, they found a split that covered multiple angles. They had a plan. They were very decisive when it comes to sending in people to support the occasional knock players. And at the end there, that's exactly what we want to see with the usage of smoke. It's not just aggressive smokes per se. It's not just choking certain sightlines from enemy. You're forcing them to peek and get info from a gap that you already have eyes on. That was how the double knock came through then with the finish. That was beautifully executed by 21 Blackjack, and I love to see it. That was textbook, and I think everyone should go back and see that. It's not blindly using smokes. They used it in the best way possible. And you know what?
Indeed.
Let's that sink for a bit, and that is game one.
That was game one. And before we get
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Welcome back, everyone, once again to the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, where we just came off of game number 1, a wrangle, where 21 Blackjack took the victory. But if you guys also want day victories in your own games, then consider the Xiaomi's brand new phone is looking absolute spicy, because you too can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And just as powerful as that mobile device, that was a stomper of a game and control from Web Tarzan.
Feels like they are coming back even stronger. They had some shaky early games yesterday, 21 Blackjack, but they are showing that I almost want to say it's 5-threat style, because 5 threats were so clean yesterday, and but it all comes down to that consistency. So Blackjack needs to show us more.
Indeed, I do feel that Blackjack here, going through the first game, it was very promising stuff, but it was also often, I think, some of the misplays from teams, and you can see some of these mistakes coming through in the highlights, particularly Tufan losing 2 players early on, Atom struggling, but also I think the control off of other teams in the fact that you had 5 threats, you had Arena 51 taking control over those buildings, moving into zone, and did make it slightly easier for them.
And of course, very chaotic all for these later zones, but we could see how 21 Blackjack picks some good spots. They know the strength of those positions, and the other strength sometimes is when you play by the water. We could see McPrice, especially from that water, sitting in the backseat, dealing severe damage to multiple enemies.
Finds a double grenade there onto 5 threats. Wasn't even a solo that we thought it was originally. Then onto Senso. You saw it onto the Noka too. It was 4 clean kills coming through from him, including as well Arena 51's makes it 5, and finally got stopped by Baraz, but it was too late. It is unfortunately down to Solo. He got naded into oblivion, and then come over from their loss too, as they stepped out too far, and 21 Blackjack, they cleaned it up, and they nommed up that chicken dinner with 10 kills by the end of it.
Beautiful execution, they're giving them a 25-point game, but we can see the point separation pretty close there from 5th place and above. 13 points from Cyrax, and there's Team IND with 14. So we'll talk about that point average. This is what we want to see from these teams. And, Cyrax, once again, without us seeing them so much on the screen, still slowly putting some work in.
They are indeed putting work in, and particularly those 7 kills coming through from them. The 3rd highest, it was only Conqueror UK and their 21 Blackjack who got higher with 8 and 10 kills respectively. McFry's over, though, the solo player, 6 kills, and that all came off of that heads-up play inside the water, using the backseat to be able to nade, to be able to shoot out his enemies from land, and then getting himself still 4th place for his squad.
And I mean, that is probably one of the most memorable series of fight by an individual player, bringing him 6 kills, McFry's from Team IND. I wonder how much damage he actually done, and because we'll get to see that damage chart later on, and maybe he just put so much DPS in, or should I say damage per minute towards the end there, but will not be able to overtake Duxon from 21 Blackjack yet, because they are hitting 800 plus damage. Same for Entho from 5 threats, the player who got 10 kills in a single game in one of the games yesterday.
And for their second 800 damage, it shows you the aggression coming out of them. But you can see the 2 teams on first and 3rd position ruling 21 Blackjack with almost 2,400 damage between those 10 kills, using that spray, using damage over time to mitigate the threat of these teams moving into zones and allowing them to pick up kills where needed. In Conqueror UK as well, picking up though 1,200 damage damage. And although they got smacked by McRice from the waterline, it was still a strong showing from them. The ability to still be able to make it to third place and use that ridge line for cover.
And that's the consistency that we want, right, from these few teams. And so, of course, that is something that is so out of the ordinary that sometimes you're just not prepared. And that I can't really fault Concrete UK for that. But like I said, it's better to have this lesson now than in the bigger tournament. I mean, this is a pretty decent tournament, like, don't get me wrong. But, these things, you just need to experience it once, and then you'll be a lot more prepared for it.
I think that actually specifically going out of that match, you do have to also mention, well, how actually will 21 Blackjack convert this chicken dinner through to possibly more good results? Because when we take a look at the standings, we get to see how well that win actually put them up on the leaderboard, and you can see them slowly but surely make their way up to the top, just 2 points away from the team that had 3 chicken dinners yesterday. And that is 5 threats, with that unfortunate showing giving some room for the rest of these place teams.
And Cyrex still needs to catch up though. 24 points between themselves, so in a way, a chicken dinner with 9 kills worth a point, away from Optic Gaming still. But Optic Gaming having that spot stolen away. But you know what? It's just a 15-point difference, like, between Optic Gaming and 5 Threat. But Blackjack definitely making some progress there, and that top 5 position looking pretty spicy and tight.
I am also going to look, I think, towards slightly below them. If actually IND, with that strong showing, with those points coming through onto them from McRice, will be able to continue that strength going in to the rest of these 4 matches, because it would need a stomper of a performance for them to be able to make that top 4. But it isn't completely out yet. They could still have the possibility of those top 4 teams, and Optic as well, struggling. Maybe they have a few bad games, that's all you need. But it is a fact, and we do have to mention it, on the third stage of games, they didn't do so hot. And as a result, that is what makes it so tricky for, I think, Cyrex and below, these teams still clustered together, 6th, 7th, 8th position, to be able to fight, to be able to contest for those top 4 spots.
And you know what? I think for some of these teams, right, they need to make a realistic goal now. Like, I think in the likes of teams like Tufan and CG Esports, they probably shouldn't aim for getting top 4 now. There's only 4 more games to go. It's not undoable, but it's just going to be really, really hard. But what they can focus on, at least for CG Esports, is to beat one more team so they can make it to, like, the 12th position, so that they can at least play the preliminaries. And I think that is a more realistic goal, and they are just one good game away from doing that. Then you can at least have a second chance. I mean, the fact that there are 3 teams who hasn't shown up is great. That, just think about it. You have to be dead last out of these 13 teams to not be able to continue in the tournament, and that would just suck so bad.
And I think that actually, you do have to question, you do have to feel bad for whoever team that is. It has to put themselves in last position. But in the other end of things, they do kind of deserve it, because there have been mistakes, there have been opportunities for all of these teams, and we've discussed that through those 6 games, going now on to the 7th game of Miramar already, of what they could have been doing better. They've had a day as well to look back at the VODs, to look at what advice we've been able to give them, and look at what they did wrong themselves. So in a way, though, there is no excuse for these teams to fall down in that bottom position. And there's no excuse, I think, either for a team like 5 Threats, who already with 3 wins should actually, in my mind, be able to show us once again that consistency. And getting caught on that beachfront like that in that first game, maybe too aggressive for kills was their problem.
Very tricky position to play anyway. I mean, when you're around the beach side, not just that bit of the map, for example, like outside of therapy area where there was some change, and the knowledge is really important. It comes down to the particular rock, particular small dip and hay bale, and then knowing that will completely save your game. So they've shown some good skills, etc., right? But it's these fine details sometimes that makes a world of difference.
Yeah, I think that it is going to be specifically around now going into Miramar, how well these teams know the map, because Miramar is so big, Miramar is so vast, that there's not so much of a compound there to save you. And like we saw in the first Miramar game yesterday, it came down to those ridge lines. It came down to who had that knowledge to be able to then make it in the right position, to be able to have the right angles over those squads. And that is what 5 Threats, as a result, were able to do. In fact, 5 Threats in total, they won both Miramar games. They are the team to beat on Miramar, and 100% flawless so far.
And that is the thing, right? Like when it comes to the so-called improvement, like copying one method of play by one of your enemies could be one way to go. And that's the thing. Like if you don't have the ability to reflect and see how you can learn from whoever, and then you will just be very stuck like in your own ways. And as you say all of that, right? Highland Wolf, we also have Sandhawk coming up for game 3, and a game that, forget about that map. Any of these maps, there's always one strat that we call the healing strat. If they focus on driving around, finding as many meds that they can get, and just play the healing game. Let's say, get 50 first aids if I'm CG Esports, and if I just play full heal for 1 or 2 games, maybe I get 5-6 placement points, and suddenly I get to play next week. Not next week. Next week is Group B, but the week after in preliminaries.
2 weeks' time. Yeah.
In 2 weeks' time.
I think that it is going to be very, very interesting to see not only who gets through into the finals straight away, but actually intrigues me a little bit more to see who ends up in the preliminaries, because that I think will be much more even based set of teams, whereas we do see already slight dominance coming out from some of the squads, some slight better plays coming out from some of the squads, and I will be looking forward to 2 weeks' time and to see not only how those 16 teams play, but what they've done to improve going through the tournament. But that is the future, and we do have to talk about the present, which is going to be Miramar on the table. It's going to go straight down from Los Higos up over to Campo Militar, and once again going to deny away one of these strong positions, which is El Pozo.
And that is going to be, a bit tricky for these teams. Now, if they still go for it, I have absolutely no words. They just love that city so much. But I mean, this is a time for Optic Gaming to show us their secondary drop spot, because like the game one just now, they were used to going to North Georgia Port and they went for Kameshki. So this time round, they should show us something different, and we can see them off the plane floating more towards the Los Leones area maybe.
Los Leones was this other city that unfortunately didn't get to see any love in the first bout of games in yesterday's matches, but we could still see them show some love to it today because of the nature of that playing path has gone, both to Fan Optic and also their Cyrax hovering over it. We'll have to see if that is exactly where they do decide to drop, though. And on the meanwhile, on the rest of the map, it's going to look like CG Esports joining up the rest of these squads over towards the western side, where they do and should land in Picado.
And that is going to be something that we want to see. But you know what? It takes them winning that fight, because they really need those points. And when they've been averaging less than 2 points per game, CG Esports, then they better have some plans and good tactics coming into this hot drop in Picado.
Busy Hunters as well, already controlling that 4 stack. And I think that really does beg the question of actually will CG Esports be able to rotate through this compound, in addition to the fact that Wolven there takes that flank side to cut off the head of that rotation over towards the east end of Picardo? And I think that CG Esports do need to maybe scout this one out and hopefully maybe do find Wolven on his own and then push from that point on.
For sure. And this is also the type of position, right, that had some fight yesterday. We remember correctly, this is where NPS take out 3 players very quickly. And seems like no one wants to come back in here. And exactly. And Fear's not even in today's lobby, I feel like. So maybe they got... The fear is too much, and they just decide to, find something else to do. But Conqueror here will have a little bit of an interesting one. We saw what IND could do when they are by their lonesome, and this is Raris trying to hunt down the solo, who's basically buying time for his team to come in for rescue. He did that quite well so far, and that is Kronos and Device trying to pinch Raris right now.
And that actually puts Raris in a very tricky position indeed, because as long as that tree protects a teammate, IND should be able to pick up one easy kill, and Kronos doesn't go down. They snipe that one through, and Conqueror, they've already lost one player.
And that was just brilliant by IND. I really have to give them that credit, because so often when you're choked out like that, a lot of players can't keep calm, right? And they just kind of running in the open, but the support came in quick enough. The decisiveness allowed them to turn that into a kill even. But now Device may have to do a round 2 of this type of choking himself or leaving himself behind the cover. And then maybe IND will be tested once more when it comes to saving teammates.
I'm surprised though that Device immediately off of that kill did not actually move over the ridgeline behind him over that hill, because you can see he's still in that tricky position of being in the line of sight of Conqueror. In that time, that short window being wasted means that, as you mentioned once again, IND, they're going to have to save his teammate twice now, which slows them down significantly in this looting stage to be able to keep their 3 players alive. It is also 5 threats. They join over towards that Minestrella side, as it will be Adam, Axe, and Zach on the front line, whereas Risen and Tho still to be able to come up.
Seems to be a Chimicera position right here. And Axe, I mean, you mentioned Chimicera yesterday. You should be happy about this, Highland Wolf, because they listened to you and they came here. And Axe, much needed point for Atom Elites, will take out one from the very strong squad. So, they have to pull their weight together is the sign of 5 threats, and they will continue to share that city for now. And closer, we may see another fight in this early phase in Picardo. CG Esports, we are rooting for you.
Busy Hunters, Wolven still on the front line, still that flanking member, but he does have the response from the rest of his team behind him. It is now if CG Esports can take him out before the rest of the squad joins up into the positions they need to. And I would like to also see CG Esports move across these 4 stacks to spread a little bit more control over Picardo, because they have the ability to do so. And it's just that they're actually not doing so, which kind of limits them in their options.
And that is just, experience in the town as well. They need to find the splits that find the best angles and know how to cover each other. And seems like both teams are trying to play very slow, try not to give away footstep. And I don't disagree with that, but when it comes to the side of the Busy Hunters, when they have the split like that, they really want to use someone to bait, and they have actually a double knock coming through now, I believe. The 5-stack person had a headshot with the Winchester, and now Wolves had got another knock in, but they are not even moving. And that just leaves me so confused, Highland Wolf.
It's just beautiful outplay there from Busy Hunters to find that double knock. But as well, Busy Hunters not going after a double knock for the final push on to 2 members when they have the full squad. Actually, buys another opportunity, a second chance for CG Esports to take this game, because they once again have the cover of the 4-stack. And they just turn it back around. They take this second opportunity with open arms. As they found one knock, looking to try find a second or a third. No, they can't. Unfortunately, maybe finally lose one player as Sham gets caught out behind a vehicle to cover fire, looking to be there, but instead it is a revive for Busy Hunters to reset the fight once more.
And you know what? This is literally raw material for coaching and all that stuff. And you can see how teams need to know the time limits to, capitalize on the knock, and how not to overpeak and use pre-fire or something like that. And the other knock comes through. Finally, the Busy Hunters are trying to make a move, but they're all quite clumped up, though. Maybe CG has a chance to return that favor 3v4 situation right now. CG, one player down.
You can see the man at the corridor. The one knock comes through, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Can Yesop find that one more? No, he will not be able to. Has to hold down, has to be aware of where the footsteps are going to be. And if they don't first down that other player, he's providing information of where Yasop's are. And as a result, they're trying to go for that flank side. They go for the 1-for-1 trade, but Ripon too slow on the aggression with his teammate means that they still fall down anyways. And somehow, it might look like CG, yes they do, come out on top. Busy Hunters, where was the aggression in that fight?
And you know what? I think Siam is the one who carried that fight. I can't say he has not got no mistakes. He tried to push too far against a team, like in the tunnel before. That's how he got knocked. But in the last few knocks there, he stayed so patient. When he needed to stop and not give away footsteps, but rather to listen, he did. And that's the main reason why they are still be able to have 3 players, as well as have a squad wipe in Picardo. So that is props to them. That's a good start, and that's something that we want to see.
There's some life coming out of CG Esports finally over in Picardo, as they will be the ones to control the compound, as that zone also goes over and splits these teams on the southwestern side between that road. And I love when we get to see that road split these zones 50-50, because it makes that decision of, do teams want to go on the north side of Los Leones and Picardo and even towards those hills on the very north, or do you choose to go over to Chumacera and try control those southern ridgelines instead?
Well, just so many options here, to be fair. Like, the thing that I will focus on, Highland Wolf, is whether they scout properly. I mean, I think I know Miramar like the back of my hand, and I do look at my hand a lot. That sounds really weird, but you kind of get the point. And I just kind of, when I look at this map, I feel like it's just seeing the minimap and where people are trying to go and split. I kind of get a glimpse into what they're trying to do, and I really want to see some good plans coming through, what we call shot stops, right? In long rotation, where do you stop a little bit to get more information to safeguard the next bit before you continue driving?
It's about how do you send as well, maybe that one player through ahead of you to scout out the road ahead of you, because quite literally there is a road in front of you if you want to go to the opposite end of the zone, which means that the player needs to be aware of using the vehicle, the one player inside it, and how they can most efficiently rotate round to find the best angles to scout out possible places where enemy squads might be hiding and draw fire. Even possibly for the rest of the squad then to engage through into a different position on the opposite end of the map. And that all comes down to, as well, where that zone decides to go in the future. I also, though, want to draw your eye through to Cyrax here. And Cyrax is this team that we want to see more life out of. We wanted to see more points coming through for them. And we do have an interesting spot here, rotating around this southern side and away from all the congestion means that it does look like they're playing for game points.
I think it might be the case, but I would love to believe that they've chosen that side, because you can avoid a little of a bit more choke spots, and they can come into some strong hill spots that's strong for the southern half of the map as well. So that could be one way that they're going to try. And the seven, I should say, Atom's Elite, they had some issues in the blue zone in that game one. This time round, they did try to drive into the blue closer to Valdemar after dropping into Misera to grab a few more loot. And this time round, I don't disagree with it because they come back in kind of in time. So all those extra resources that they grabbed are actually going to be helpful and not completely consumed.
My favorite gun of them all, Tarzan, the AWM. In my some youth would it be here in this very, very open zone is it does go towards the roadside, cuts away to Misera and south, and this is how these teams will decide to rotate over those final ridge lines onto the south, but they're not as strong as they were previously, and that is why you see come over going up against Adam. But Adam, they're able to find a 1v1 trade, and they are able to keep themselves alive. There's also the full squad still, and I do wonder as well, in a way, why they use the smoke there. Because is this something actually just coming off the end of that fight, that when you use that extra smoke is a little bit too much for the revive?
I don't think it's also about guaranteeing the revive, but I think it's just a proactive smoke to in case someone's looking at them. But do bear in mind they give away the position as well. So like with that type of position, just keep a 360 view if you think it's safe enough. Then just park your car next to your teammate and just revive next to the car. But you know what? Better safe than sorry. But we will have a clash coming through. But TFN first, go get knocked, and the double knock comes through.
Tufan, you just drove your player into the wall. In bad time to disengage, mistimed disengage out of that vehicle means that the engage is non-existent. Come over, and Tufan just drop 2 players instantaneously, and it will be Snare driving away from UV. And I think that's a little bit of a troll there, Snare. Your teammate still running down that hill and come over. Well, they find that one, but it's going to be 21 Blackjack instead. And this is why you'd support your team. You don't take for granted that they're going to be able to get off that hillside with you.
And that is just almost a troll. That can add a lot of argument and tension. You know what? Because the first bit, the way that they lost 2 players Island was because the scout was essentially non-existent. They just crashed in the compound without finding ways to get more info and get severely punished by it. Then a little bit of miscommunication was the reason that they lost more. So that is something that these teams just really need to learn. Otherwise, there's just no place for you in the higher caliber of play.
And it's something that we really shouldn't be seeing as well. The mistiming coming out of that vehicle as well, a little bit of a rookie error coming from them, is unfortunately they will pay the price down to the solo once again. Atom, they are back though inside the zone this time around. A little bit better to see from them. And I like that they have Jab. I like that they have MDG on this hill because they're going to control the edge of this zone very, very strong and actually be able to use this ridgeline to move closer in towards the center as they make their way into that zone.
And that is once again, showing of the lack of map knowledge as well. I think for King and Icy from Cyrex to come in here and disregarding the very commonly held hill that's to the northwest side of Chumisera is just a disrespectful rotation. They need to do progressive rotations bit by bit and have the plan B coming in. And that being said, Atom now has a lot of momentum because they first started with some knocks and kills onto 5 threats, then just finding more and more kills. Now they've done damage to 3 teams on 3 separate occasions, and they have that taste of blood in their mouth and trying to push Cyrex right now. Jeff, I should say, coming in trying to capitalize on that knock they had.
Jav is on his own, though, and it's still the full squad up at the moment, although you do see Cyrex lose King on that knock finally. Is Optic Gaming to hold up in towards that roadside. The ridgeline against 5 threats, but it's not a strong enough ridgeline because still come over can overlook Optic on that road. And Arena 51, hello. Xerox looks like a free kill, possibly, if someone will wake up and take it, but none of them do, and while Xerox just drives by and finds another position in zone. Now comes the rest of the squad, though, it snaps, second try round for some of these teams, and once again, these teams not finding these knocks.
And they also can't find a spot. They just drive through hoping that it's open. The preparation is basically non-existent. And this Arena 51 at least paying the essential price of losing one player. And they are in position to continually getting damage. And that's Conqueror striking on them. MPS joins the party as well.
5 threats. They've got the opportunity now in towards the center of zone to be able to control another Miramar game to the win. But will Atom, still moving off of the rich lines, be able to take down Optic, be able to take down Toothan? Possibly it's going to go towards Optic Gaming Beaster as they do drive past them. Danoka is also to fall down to IND. In the northern side, they fight for the North Ridge lines.
And I think this is one of the best positions in the circle. The only issue is it's going to be quite hard to maneuver cars around, so you need to find a good spot that's easy for you to come back to grab and use as well. Atom tried to move a little bit further, but Cable from Optic is ready.
Cable using that div where need be, but can he find that peak? It'll be Optic Death to support with MGB's knock for all together. Can they use a blue zone? Yes, that goes down. They have to move, or the zone will eat them up slowly, but surely that zone continuing to run away from them. Atom just down to the duo, and you do fear from them as Hackshot looks to chuck the grenade in. If it lands, it's going to be beautiful. Otherwise, it might just be a waste of utility. No, it goes short. And Axe keeps himself inside the smoke. The vehicle buggy rotation coming through. Cable losing his life. And Atom, they might have some opportunity here to at least send one player in. But as I say that, Jab also just gets knocked. And Axe on the edge of safety. 2 falls down. The entire squad out of the match.
And that is the type of positions where you have to think 2 steps forward. You engage in fights that makes your progressive rotation down the south side very, very hard. You've got teams constantly peeking you from within the dips, etc. And they just keep trying to push without bringing the vehicles close enough to themselves. So they keep opening fire, making moves that make it harder for themselves in the later phases of the game. And that is why Atom Elite have lost too many players.
I like the IND are on that northern side. Is hold that fort because CG, hello, they seem to be losing one. They seem to be losing almost a second here. Is also 21 Blackjack. Look to try steal those kills away. MPS, very, very quiet all game. Look to take those ones away as well. They will be able to find Yes Up. Let's also find Sam. That's going to be 2 kills, start them off. But they're down to the duo. Is 2 more players decide to rotate into the center. 21 Blackjack with the aggressive rotation all in. But will we be able to find a spot inside the zone? They look for the shed. Beaster controlled it earlier. Can he hold off the 1 versus 3? As meanwhile, Cyrax looks to take down the other 2. And Dev enters the building. Hype now having to use that knowledge, that awareness of exactly where he will be, using his ears to scout out that position. But Hype going low, using that extra peek with the teammates means he can't actually be able to take this fight effectively. Chucks a grenade down, but it's just going to cook up too long. And Hype will be able to dodge that one away. Optic don't go down, unfortunately, in the outside. Icy not able to save. Hype on the inside. And now it's only going to be 1 death to clean up with the rest of the squad. You wait there for the rest of Hackshot to join up. You should actually keep 1 outside in case you decide to do a runner. And then from there, you just take 1 final member down. Hype on the outside, but Cable's there to greet him. Goodbye. Adios, Cyrax. You will get eliminated. Is 21 Blackjack still between 5 threats. MPS still find a way inside this zone.
And it's about time for MPS to show up a little bit. And they've got this good position that can slowly work themselves through a little bit of hills that maybe they can use and can even outlive the side of 21 Blackjacks just because the circle also go towards them. This is the time for these two teams in the circle to grab some points.
Well, the zone's been gifted to IND because my concern was how does Device get off of that rock if he needs to be able to get into the south side of that zone. But, well, the zone goes up north, it goes in their hands, and IND, it is all on Device to take down these players as they rotate in. Alongside the long-range potential of the teammates, they still got the full squad depth and numbers, and it might be their game to take. 5 threats on the ridgeline alongside 21 Blackjack, still struggling to find a way through that south end is also Optic. 1 death on the last legs. The rest of his team is still to make it through to zone.
And this is a type of situations where you may just only realize retrospectively that you forgot about your cars and Optic just needing to run in. And that is just going to be so brutal. The Blues is already coming in. You know what? I'm waiting, in a way, for teams who are supposed to be having a bad game and hard game in this last circle to actually make it in. So maybe the teams who had the circle may choke in this one.
5 threats to go for the bus rotation into the center. Will be able to find it? No. System goes down, and now it will be the second. Sorrel, you can't defend too many angles. It's all over. Your hack shot though takes it away, and that's a beautiful final pickup before Optic fall down to the zone. McFry's looking for one more turn of kills for his team. IND, they show up, and as you can see, MPS losing their lives as well, struggling on the edge almost, as 5 threats were not able to take them down. Thankfully, MPS still have some life on the edge, and it is about how Malum, how Hermanos will be able to effectively find a way to second place as well.
And I think, right, it's really hard to predict for this one. It comes down to the zone, but I think IND may have a little bit more advantage because they've got more available landscape for them to use and, rotate, grab some kills on the south side and getting more angles onto MPS. MPS are a little bit too clumped at the moment. It's quite predictable if the circle ever shifts away from them. But if it's the other way round, I think IND have a way to slowly pinch into that dip that MPS is holding right now.
McFry's holding on to that ridgeline, looking to try fish out one of 21 Blackjack. If he could have found it, that would have been on the money to Malum. But Hermanos, Malum, but still the duo. How much longer can they heal up? There's 9 first aid kits, but that zone will do more damage than they can heal. It is a matter of time. And it's see if MPS versus IND is still to come through. Device on the long range has to try stop this one, but MPS smartly using that ridge line. Protect them.
And the circle actually goes over to a spot that would just slow down this endgame even more. MPS essentially still hasn't moved. I think it's important for them to split their bets and try to maybe clear out this bottom side. They may find some angle. Kamara's trying to spray it down, and Jimenez is using his basically last first aid right there. And MPS was too aggressive and gets punished by IND from the top.
They got baited by Malum, and from one team to the other, IND, they take it down to the trio of MPS. And can Team IND take this one to the W? Another first for Malum, but they just lose a second. And going for the solo is not the way you should play this game. Let them die to the zone. Let them have to force their own path to you. Is MPS very quickly find themselves on the back foot.
And that was MPS' own fault, like knowing there's a team that's above you, you go and engage in the fight to bite more than they can chew, and forgetting about the weak sides from above and across, and losing 2 players when they can't. They had a full team. It could be a full-on 4v4, and now they're just leaving themselves choked. Device trying to play some parkour right there from that top, and now IND wants every single kill point as they try to claim their first chicken dinner in this tournament.
Device looking to try find it if MPS step too far out, or might go for the drop shot as the rest of IND engage from multiple fronts. That could be the ways to do it. IND, though, lose one. Cancellator find a second. No, he's too slow to turn, and as a result, they don't find the double. Skynet has to be the one to carry it all, but he's got low health. He only had so many clips in that bullet, and as a result, there's not enough space, there's not enough time, and IND take 10 kills as well. Take the chicken dinner. And from McFrice in game number 1 to the whole squad in game number 2, they actually didn't lose permanently a single member of that game. It was the entire team they were able to take that through to the chicken dinner.
So that's the thing, right? I think that's the gods of PUBG on their side. Circle given over to them, and if you just look at the side that doesn't get blessed, it was just so brutal. So this is a chicken dinner that they should take, and I think, I'm not trying to be harsh, right, but just based on pure analysis, that ending there could have been even cleaner. You know, we didn't have to go in one by one. They almost got triple knocked. It's just like 1 health away. Like, if that happened, that player had the potential to use the smoke that is still existing there, heal up, and take a potential 1v4. So that was just too close for their own sake.
I think that IND still don't get too excited, because it's still time to learn from the mistakes. And talking about mistakes here, CG, they actually weren't aggressive enough when they had Busy Hunters in the back row. Had Sian taken the double knock, it might have been different. Sidor got knocked, then from the alleyway, it was Siam to clutch this one up. And as a result, finally, he was able to take down Busy Hunters, and the Busy Hunters not aggressive enough. As well, Atom finding one there from come over, and I think that Atom, they had good rotations in Professor Tarzan, but I do think that they struggle coming in because they spent too long anticipating that zone.
That is definitely one reason why that happened. And of course, we see Cyrex trying to grab more as well, just continuously clashing from whatever side they come in. But they did get themselves some good points, and Arena 51 continues to struggle. These basic textbook plays that we've been mentioning, they still need to learn, they still need to try, they still need to get more points.
And then you come down to the final points of the match. 21 Blackjack, they eliminate Optic Gaming from the shed, and the rest just fall through. MPS as well, too aggressive, it's right at the final moment, too hasty for 21 Blackjack's bodies, and they lose as well too. They lost the opportunity, and Team IND take the chicken dinner. As you can see, 25 points going over to them, and that is the type of game that we needed to see from them, and that is also the opportunity for them, with also, keep in mind, Conquer UK come over, and then to an extent 5 threats, only getting 6 points total to be able to snatch up possibly that top 4 position that we talked about.
And Team IND and MPS trying to add a lot of spice to that mid-table. And 25 and 21 point game respectively, that can really change things up. I think rather than saying that they can take away that top 4 spot, I do think they have that chance if they continue with the momentum and the consistency. But I'd rather say it makes some of these teams at the bottom even more hopeless, you know, and feeling like, oh, they have some big games now. Now, they really need to come back even stronger. I'm talking about maybe CG Esports, right? Better, but still only around 16 points.
Yeah, I think that certainly here Arena 51, they need to really wake up. And I think the Tufan as well have struggled to do just that. That Tufan, multiple mistakes coming through, and you could see it in that game. It was just one casualty after another. And unfortunately, I might as well say deservedly at the bottom. But on the top of the kills, Skynet for MPS was a contributor, the highest contributor towards their 9 kills in total. Device and Chronoso for IND on that top. Device, time and time again, stopping those players from entering into the zone was so important for his team. And you can see him there, second place, only below Skynet, who had one more kill than him.
And that is them showing up finally. And MPS, we've seen them, have some early kills, early wins, of team fights as well. It seems like this team, right, has no problem when it comes to mechanics or gun skills. So the micro department of stuff, micro skills is there. It's the macro play that they are lacking right now. There's too risky in certain movements. I think teams and players really need to know the purpose behind every minor movement and just make it count. And that is one thing that maybe MPS can work on, but nonetheless, a very good game for them, even just topping that damage chart. 9 kills and almost 1,800 damage, even more than the winning team of Team IND.
Yeah, but to be fair, when you look at IND, the fact that they have slightly less damage and 1 more kills means that they were ever so more consistent over MPS when it came to those kills. And I think that was something that it had to be. That was something that Team IND, to defend their spot when they were given the zone, was very strong indeed. Although in a way, in another section, it was actually because that zone was so flat towards those hill lines that IND controlled. That's what was so gifting about that zone, particularly as you mentioned already, right? The fact that there's nowhere to go. In the only shed there, that Blackjack had to fight over Optic Gaming 4, and then from that point, they only had 1 player into the final zone when they sent that buggy rotation in.
And that is just immediate assessment of the map as well. So all these things factor in, like Matt. I personally know some players who don't have the so-called crazy map knowledge, how it looks like before getting there. But because they do it so well in playing what's in front of them, they can always make one of the best decisions there. And of course, all these things slowly stack up, and then we can see how the standings look like right now for all these teams, and see who may be a little bit more safe to take those top spots. 21 Blackjack, the first one to officially pass that triple-digit point right there, hitting dead on 100 points and 5 threats, only 6 points in that game. So you know what, need to catch up and show us what they're made of. Consistency is so key. And IND now joining in that mid-table, I should say, 6th place with 64 points, and we compliment come over, but they've only 16 points ahead of Team IND after IND's win.
Yeah, 22 points though separating them still, and the opportunity to bypass straight through to the finals. Optic Gaming hold that spot. Is come over, they get knocked down out of it by them in that game. In that space, that 4 spots between, I think we can now actually add in IND to the top 6 teams, is going to be what we have to look at the most in this match, because going into the next 3 matches, going into particularly Sandhawk, this is the opportunity. If IND can keep the momentum going, and if actually come over can find some space back in the next map itself over on Sandhawk, then they could massively upset the standings and continuing to bring 5 threats, possibly Conqueror, down even further.
I think that's definitely very, very valid, and something that we would look out for. You know what, Highland Wolf, I just can't shake it off. I want to look at the bottom of the leaderboards for some reason to find out who may not be able to make it, because you know what, I am all in, to look at teams improving. If they can somehow not be the dead last team, then they may be able to grow through the practice of this tournament allow them to have. That training is so key, and maybe they will come like a lot stronger like towards the end of the tournament if they have that practice.
I think specifically it's going to be that fight between CG Esports beside Toothfan, those two teams, Tarzan, to really avoid that elimination point. And I do worry for them going into Sandhog, their ability to control these zones. But we will have to wait for one more break before we find the answer to that question indeed. As it will be Sandhog on the table next, in the jungle just a few moments away. Hang in there, everyone.
They fight. They strive.
Can I speak?
They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free corner, hand is ready for what I'm pitching. Hey, nothing but heaters is in the pick. I'm off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide on. Try to stall, but your time will come. Together better than riding alone. Stuck us out of the zone. But before we head home, bottom right with my scope, and then Breakable with the go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so let's stay with this home. Yeah. Coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Hey. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call me, so I embrace pain and walk it on. Yeah. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it all. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. Yeah. While the zone's closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better force it. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's haunted. Ready, missing money, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they getting you. Revenge is coming, so one of us will take out your food. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chop. The survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a snacker. Coming in hot and heavy to break them and make them scatter. Made a pattern that's ready for what I'm pitching. The ember heaters listen to pick them off from a distance. Man, listen, yeah, got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide over. Yeah, try to stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them, and we going hard. You survive the night, we ride. You tried to hide and run. Couldn't call, dog, your time is done.
Welcome everyone back to game number 3 now, just about starting as we are in the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. And what we have seen so far, Professor Tarzan, is some action, some mistakes from these players, but plenty and plenty that, just like the university level tournament it is named after, that they can study and learn from. But also, if you guys at home want to be able to learn how to win and have a better PUBG Mobile experience, well, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And maybe that is the answer that these teams need.
You know what? I would love to have a phone. Sponsor me as well. I will play that game on that phone and show you how it's done. I mean, I just kind of miss playing competitively, to see how players now play, and especially with their level as well. They are supposed to be students, and students should know how to learn and revise, and that is something that we want to look for, because mistakes been made. The map is there for them to study and show how they are better. As we say that, we will hop onto this third map of the day, Game 3 over the jungle of Sanhok.
Sanhok is going to be the middleman of the 5 matches today, as it will be moving over from that northern side. But to steal you a little bit, it is obviously only going to be a 4K by 4K match here, Tarzan, so it won't be too detrimental to see it go one way or the other. Teams still going to have the opportunity to drop where they like. Only realistically, Camp Charlie, Docks are 2 locations, along with Sami, might I add as well, going to be out of commission.
Still reachable with a little bit of parachuting skills, that is just really, really key. And speaking of parachuting, Highland Wolf, I think we mentioned that yesterday as well. For a small map where people can be anywhere, it's so important to use that I button as you parachute and reach your destination, to keep an eye on your enemies. Those info are so vital. Or speaking of vital, also important to have a game plan. If you're hot dropping in the spot like MPS and 5T in boot camp, they need to know their formation, they need to know their tactics, and they need to know how to fight for that control.
21 Blackjack up against CG Esports in Painan. We also saw their MPS over in boot camp versus 5 Threats. Now, 5 Threats were a team that literally had to do nothing. The zone came to them in Sanhok last time around, and well, they just waited to take down those final kills. And in boot camp, they won the match. And MPS, I like this coming from them, to show a little bit of aggression, to actually force 5 Threats to fight early on, something that they didn't have to do last time around.
I mean, they had some momentum from last game, but I've been a little bit harsh on them, right? No remorse, pointing out some mistakes in the end game, although they got a lot of damage and a second place. But is that momentum enough for them to challenge the squad called 5 Threats, the team who won that game yesterday, the team who led the leaderboard after day 1? So this is going to be interesting, especially with Atom once again on that bootcamp hill from that south side, potentially providing third-party pressure.
I like that Atom once again go towards the boot camp hill, but I do think, on the other hand, that going to the boot camp hill this early on is slightly a mistake, because you should be able to loot up more. You should actually use the compounds beside you, particularly the L-shaped compound that you can see just towards the west of J right now on the map, and that would be much more successful. Then actually moving over to the boot camp, you're able to see who's still there if need be, and if there's no one there, then you can rotate further down. You can start to move your way up, in this case further north, because it's going to be the Paradise Resort that is the center point of zone. And Arena 51 Esports, they are the team that control that compound.
And I've seen these type of drops coming from teams like Arena 51 and have an ending around Paradise Resort. So are they going to stay is my question, right? Like, if they do, how do they actually establish a split from a very, very central spot? Of course, Five Threads showed us how to do it yesterday, and right now, okay, this is where I want to see CG2, show up a little bit, because Daxon, the off angle master, is here to strike for 21 Blackjack, and he can do so much damage by his lonesome, and CG Esports just need to know how to play this. The awareness, very, very important, but they're just running around, and Duxton's been passing over this info continuously to his teammates.
This is crucial to the setup that 21 Blackjack love to play. Sending Duxton on his own, using him as that bait to try find information to equal that into the kill. The knock first coming through onto CG, a second one as Shan. They all go for the revive, but you only needed one member, and instead they lose a second. Rahat on his own as Bimba Duxton look to close the gap. The door goes down. And will also a third player of CG Esports go follow through with that?
And some damage has been done, right? But 21 Blackjack leading the leaderboard right now, they need to come in to someone who is basically patiently waiting for them. The support is a bit far. They were split a little bit, so they couldn't capitalize when two of those knock came through. They have one of the confirmation off kill, so they at least still have the numbers advantage. But they need to play really, really safe. Duxton almost get punished for actively pushing in. The reaction from CG is there. Just really need to make it count. No meds for Duxton, relying on those boosts to heal up.
That grenade got lobbed in before it got cooked to the point where it would explode on target as soon as it landed, but Sado didn't notice it anyways. Still gets knocked. CG Esports are going to lose their entire squad, as it will be the final one. Rahat fall down, and 21 Blackjack say 4-3 kills. Easy bloomin' peasy. And it will be the lemon squeezy here between I and D being squeezed up against the entire side of Optic, but they'd say no. But still anyways, Optic will take them down. Hackshot is going to be the one to finish Shahad inside his own building. Will Device be able to come up with the miracle play? Yes, he looks to try find one, but instead he just gets knocked, gets put down as Kronos has to maybe now look towards a retreat. It's time maybe just to get the hell out of there, Kronos.
And Device just pushed in when there's no teammates to provide that support, and that is the play that you don't want to make. And of course, they've got some decent double knock onto Optic, but Optic stays strong. IND needs to show what they can do and not make these mistakes, and otherwise we would just see the win just now being something given to them by the zone, and now they have to continuously fight.
I was going to say, the big price there going down, and to me it does look like Kronos also going to fall down alongside him. But to me, does this look like a synergy problem between the side of IND, beside them being able to have the ability to come in as a full team and have the patience to wait for McFry to be able to be revived back up and then push through as a trio?
And I mean, that lesson has to be learned by now, and Cronus will at least be able to grab some points, but let's hold that thought, because TFN needs to show what they can do, because they had some bad games, but they will continue to struggle a little bit. They need to first go past the score of Come Over.
Come Over, they find the second knockdown. Golden is the one to perpetrate those ones through. It will be, though, still one remaining member of Toothan still alive in this game. But the fact, make it two, excuse me, because you do see Kirit on the backside. But the fact that UV and Kirit, once again, already down to the duo, tells me that still has not been learned. When will the lesson be learned? That Toothan, you need to fight in a way that all four members can have the most impact, because that ridgeline effectively blocked the rest of the duo from being able to cover fire the duo up front as they aggressed onto Golden.
And I mean, that is some really basic stuff that teams need to come through. You know what? I have an interesting thought. Island Wolf. I think you know how some of these teams have some roles. So they've got scouts, they've got entry fragger, they've got support fragger, and stuff like that. And maybe some of these teams need to choose their players or train in a way that allows some roles to be more distinct. Because otherwise, they're just running around in circles, not really covering each other or using the best natural strength.
Kronos, he can hear them, he can smell them, and from the shark underneath, will he be able to come back up for air? Because Raz and Senso, they're using Raz air to scout to try find them, then Senso should be able from the boat maybe to find them. But the fact that they're spending so much time here to try find one solo player does add on to the fact they are still outside of zone. They still should actually instead be looking for a little bit more space in towards the center. Yes, they go for that one kill, but is that 1 point going to be worth spending what now effectively 1.5 minutes, almost 2 in total, to be able to go into zone instead?
You don't see this all the time, but at least the South Korea UK used 2 fishies to find that last player for IND as they take them out at 12th position and then continue over here to this north side of the map. It's a very northern circle. It allows these teams to, to claim some of these strong spots, like 5 threats right now, holding one of the strongest spots in here, can control the other side of the road as well, and they can definitely try to pick up some info onto Conquer. Seems like they have a brief idea of what's going on.
Well, this is the problem, right? Once again, Conqueror spending so long for that one kill means that 5 threats, they can actually establish strength with only Gyro, with only Danoka there in land. And with only one real port entrance, it means that they can slowly pincer them in to that few series of compounds on the edge of zone, especially if that zone goes towards the eastern side. It could be curtains for them.
And with this type of circle as well, like we are still looking at Arena 51. They are still in Paradise Resort. The next shift will come through, and they did not use the previous time to, start making some moves to secure the potential next rotation, and they now find themselves the need to cross over to Tatmos. That road is so deadly, Highland Wolf. Teams don't know the ridges around it or the absolute limits to that southern edge. It's very easy to run in the open and get punished heavily.
I do also feel concern for Arena 51 in the sense that they haven't scouted out with a single player. They have been in Paradise Resort that entire game. They're going to have zero awareness of what is going on in the rest of Sandhawk. And to have zero awareness when you're getting now into the 12-minute mark is really concerning when you still need to find your way into zone, because you haven't seen a single other team around you based on how the rest of those teams have been rotating into zone. Busy Hunters a team still as well to find something at the start of this game, but in around Cow, I am also interested to see how Cyrax take this fight come over, because Narvalo and now behind them, the rest of the come over duo look to try come into Cow, but because Narvalo has found a team there, he tries to go back, barely finds his way through to the rest of his squad though.
Does a good escape. He knows the way to go past that little bit of a pocket of position, then use that ridge line to his advantage. That quick prone there was so important, and as he escapes and join his team back on that east side, Cyrax will continue to control Carl, and that is also the leaderboards. Number 1 right now, 21 Blackjack, holding a very important compound that stops rotation coming from the eastern half of the map.
21 Blackjack holding strong towards the center of zone on their journey through. Unfortunately, neither can be said the same for Toothan. They find a quick, easy, cheap way out of the game, and Atom will be the one to deliver it to them. 2 kills go straight through to them. And as well, they have now space moving in across that southeastern side, because for the rest of these teams that are on the north, they're on the west end of this match.
Definitely, and I think this north side is going to be so interesting because 5T, we complimented this team. Of course, Conquer UK has a strong background coming from the organization, and some of these players we know already, right? And so they don't have to play so chicken, but they're trying to be a bit more safe. Speaking of safe, Duxon has a lot of bold scouts like the past or the previous games that we saw, and he just paid the price for being too bold doing that same thing.
I do think Reduxon still needs to understand the limits of his rotations through into zones, because it is a little bit too many times that he finds himself getting caught out on his own, and it is Duxon that always seems to fall down first for Blackjack when they have bad games. And it'll be up to now the rest of the trio to see if they can come and claw this game back as one member down. Unfortunately, not as fortunate either for Conqueror, because they will also lose a second, still on the edge of that coastal line, still pinned by 5 threats, and there's nowhere at this point to go, because unfortunately for them, Come Over have secured the North Ridge line, and also Cyrex control the only other compound on the coast.
And you know what, if you want to go for water play, for survival, just be a bit more... Okay, very good spray from 5T, but they can't be half-hearted. You know, if I know you're going to lose some health when you are underwater, but, you know, stay long enough in the water until you get to the northern parts further. When you're out of render distance, then take that breath to stop the health from going down. But if you just risk that earlier, they are hunting you down, and the second that you give them that info, 5T just takes you out immediately. And that's Conqueror down to 1 player in that water.
But Blackjack, they enter into Cow. Cyrax say hello to Bimber and knock them down. Just 2 more to go. The south entrant in has been decommissioned. Hermanus Malum on the north side, still to be shut down. Will Hype, Zinnia, and Side be able to do so? Keep in mind also, Optic Gaming on the south side, and also 5 threats in their own fight versus MPS. At least they're able to slow down the aggression. They stop the front line engage with a 3-1 split, and it will be Antho to try and look for more points.
And Antho has shown us what he can do, man. Like, he just knows the limits of the ridges quite well. That's how he could stay stealthy and strikes when it matters. And we can also see some congestion coming through because so much water in play. Now Busy Hunters have to come in 4. And, you know, just fight this against Come Over. And Come Over will have that opening knock, Black. And the side of Busy Hunters still needs to go further in.
Ripon holding on to the edge as Come Over look to try find that final player. Inside Vocal, still more in shoes. Unfortunately, not the right way for Blackjack, because they will be eliminated in 10th position. 9 teams still alive. It's Busy Hunters on the edge of the coastal line. Looking over, Come Over. Golden snowing some Narvalo on the front side. And Narvalo, this crucial player who has to stop this engage in the front. And he takes that scout tower, using the third person feat to try see if he can catch out Wolven. Instead, though, the beautiful Molly stops that, now buys some space. Can Ripon be able to get into this compound? Finally, will Busy Hunters be able to do something? No, it's going to be Narvalo on the backside, and Wolven still not moving. Is trying to play the game quiet.
And that is Navalo being so cheeky. I mean, we've seen what he can do as a solo player, just very aware, knowing the important time windows, you know, to get in and get out of a small position, and they will continue to hold strong. And that is them maybe gaining control from that top right side of the circle, and they can maybe go further. But let's look at this 51. Arena 51 is under so much pressure, and we have talked about it again and again. Why don't they just learn that lesson?
Indeed, why don't you learn it? Well, you gotta read some more books, like the advertisement says. Golden going to take down Wolven. on the edge of the beach, and they will move along that beach closer towards the zone. But it's a cow finish by the looks of it, on the edge of cow nonetheless, on those harbours, overlooking now 5 threats with their own slight space and zone. And 5 threats have been able to get off that hilltop. They've been able to get these rocks in, possibly now overlooking a second win. This time around it was harder, but they do have control of vision.
And Cyrex here is very weird situation on this side, because the style of come over can maybe make something work, but Cyrus has hard cover in their favor, and they can just push the side of over away, and we still see Senzo on that background surviving in the water. Both of these teams have to move a little bit, and that is the job done. Cyrex made it to top 6 with 8 kills and a full squad.
I'm gonna choose a duo there with a grenade. Take that knockdown. Another point goes their way. For 5 threats, the front line has been eliminated. How much can he defend? Well, they defend at all. Because even though they lost 1 player, they just take down MPS through the smoke. And the sprays were enough. Optic hack shot as well, looking over. Cannot find Anfo just yet. Cannot find Sora with those grenades. It will be up to Optic on their own ridgeline, though, if they can find this upset.
And that pickup has completed, so we may see a full-on 4v4 fight between Optic and 5 Threat, but Optic needs to be really, really aware. They try to increase the control from a good split, but that means they may not be able to hold the crash and that push from 5T if they do go over that hilltop.
Conqueror Senso still alive, looking to try make those points count for his squad. 1 death for Optic, though, is surrounded by 4 potential death makers, or 5 threats, as they will be looking to send him packing. He is on his own. He is out of safety. But well, he will at least find one onto Cyrex before Sorrel takes him down. Cyrex on the edge as well will look to finish that one through. And Cyrex, with the upset, still 2 players alive. Still king and safe up, as that zone continues to look to shift towards that coastline.
And that is
because
just the reliance of those... Oh my lord, that split worked out for them, and Senso's just still chilling.
Hype as well, though, the only one alive. Can he get that first aid kit? Can he keep himself up in this game long enough? Will that smoke be enough protection through the spray? Senso's been found by Anfo. Don't take another breath. Don't take your life any longer, says Cyrex. Let us help you. Here, say Optic, then they wipe them through into the afterlife. 5 threats will now be the only one up versus a trio of Optic. But 5 threats that control the zone has gone away from Optic, and they have to come over that ridgeline.
And the slight relative high ground advantage to the trio from Optic Gaming. 1 knock still needs to get picked up, and 5 threats trying to do that. They need to know the limits of this. They need to maybe send someone closer to that hill to grab some more info. Otherwise, Optic will continue with the split. They open with the knock.
Beautiful work onto Anfo. Cable jumps up, back down onto the edge of zone, but he needs to keep moving. Phase 7, relentless as always. Riss enjoying up with Yatten, trying to stop him on his entrance in, but it was slow. They went for that revive. It bought a little bit of time for Optic still in this game. Cable steps up. Can he find Risson? No, the drop shot comes back down. He's able to protect himself, but Risson's so low. Can he find some work? Yes, he does. Onto Hackshot with the 1 HP. Sora still alive, steps up now for his own, but goes back down. But it's not enough for Optic, as it will be 5 threats taking the chicken dinner in for the 3rd time tonight with 10 kills.
And that was a brilliant team fight, I think. Especially when I look at the utilities or the meds that 5T has, they couldn't take another fight, you know, and that's why you can see that their health bar are so low, and Optic definitely had a chance there. So like terms in comms that I would suspect, right, going through these teams would be like, we need to triple peak this, we double peak this. You know, it's the small things, the pacing, the small tactics that matter in the end. But what a brilliant fight right there. So close, and both teams been rewarded anyways with a huge amount of points, and that is what we want to see as they secure those top spots further for themselves.
And it's exciting to look now at some of these teams and the underdogs in the first two matches take the chicken dinners, but also Five Threads finally were able to find some success. The fourth chicken dinner coming through for them. And before we get to discuss how they broke that game down, we will take a short break and then we'll be straight back in with more. So don't leave us, because it just is getting started.
Wanna become an ace quickly? We've got the tip just for you. It could seem strange at first, but hear us out. Play safe and play outside of the zone. Land somewhere far and loot as many bandages and first aid kits and med kits as you can. 20 to 30 bandages and 3 to 5 first aid kits will keep you alive and well, while you move to the next camp outside the zone to loot more medicine. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. We wanna have it that's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick. I'm off from a distance like. About to get the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide them. Tryna stall, but your time will come. Together better than riding alone. Stuck inside of the zone, but before we head home, I don't like with my scope and then break over the go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so let's stay with the zone. Yeah, coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly, I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Hey. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call medics, I embrace pain and walk it on. Yeah. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it all. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. Yeah. The zone's closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better force it. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's haunted. Pretty ugly, this ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them ready before they getting you. Revenge is coming, to one of us will take out your food. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chop. The survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a snacker. Coming in hot and heavy, to break them and make them scatter. Made a pattern that's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick them off from a distance. And listen, yeah, got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide over. Yeah, try to stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them. And we going hard. You survive the night we ride. You tried to hide and run. Couldn't call, though your time is done.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Game number 4 just about happened for the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. You are once again joining back into the action. But if you also, guys, want some more action and you want to be able to get that action on point, then you also can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G for all of your PUBG Mobile needs. But on another note, on that game, 5 Threats Tarzan, they controlled the coastal line. They controlled those rocks, that ridge line over Optic towards the end, and they were able to resurge back to the 4th chicken dinner now in only 8 games.
Brilliant work by them. And I mean, they should be somewhat, settled now. They should have a spot in the finals. But, it doesn't stop here. I think this is the important thing. We establish a storyline for these teams through the tournament, but there's a lot more for them to grab, and we want to see them in bigger tournaments, for example. So they need to set that bar against themselves. I think that's the most important thing, yeah? And have that bar set and monitor their own growth, and maybe we'll see them, not just winning this tournament, but, show up in the bigger ones as well.
As you can see, 5 Threats showing up in that third game Sandhawk matches. They take 25 points, Optic just below them. But good work still coming through from Conqueror to save what was an unfortunate game, because we mentioned them spending so long to get their only kill point of the match, but it still managed to find themselves in 4th place, so picked up 8 placement points, at least as a result put them in 4th position in that match. As we also head over to the kills, Risen for 5 res, no surprise once again. We talked about it in the game itself, Tarzan, how effective this player is at bringing them to the win.
And just props to Risen. I mean, there's so many times that we want him to, do some magic, in the key positions, playing spoiler, etc. He made it count, right? But also, of course, the stats do speak for a little bit, and we can see Hackshot from Optic Gaming leading the chart there. And we did mention this player, right, from before, how he's been, been with this squad away and now back with it. And this one, although they didn't land a chicken dinner, but landing almost 2,600 damage for Optic Gaming, and that's 1 kill over 5 threats, but beyond 1,000 damage more than the winning team in this game 3.
And I think that going into game number 4, you do really have to look at 5 threats once again, because they're a team that honestly looked the scariest out of this entire 16-team Group A. Going into the finals, I think we can honestly say that they have done enough to secure a spot in that top 4 by now, and you can anticipate that they're going to be able to pick up a few points at minimum going into the final 2 games. But we do have to take a little bit of a closer dive into how exactly they took that chicken dinner. Is Optic Gaming fall down early on, 1 player almost, as well. IND failed now to Optic.
And of course, Tufan trying to bring some points in, much needed points, especially trying to threaten the position of come over a team that had the chance to join up at that top 4. But not easy game this one, but also seeing Concrete UK have some cheeky play early on, but then having some troubles going into the later phases.
Cyrax as well, indeed, in the center of Cow, were able to keep control. Malum was the one to fall down last. He did find that second knock, but not able to clean it through to the victory. He did get knocked over that wall. Arena 51 Esports got knocked to the zone, though, as Phase 5 ticked in. They got caught on the edge, and Wolvan for Busy Hunters joined them very soon after.
And that is also all this battle of control on the east side as well, until they made the way through. Cyrex came out strong on the east, but just having so much pressure from the strong squads in this end zone. And then when we have to come down to those two teams, Cable strike, but 5T held strong.
Cable almost standing up, being that newer player to the roster, but 5 threats, as you say, steal it away. 119 points going to them. Optic Bovey with that second place, take them back to second spot. 21 Blackjack down 2 spots to third. But 3 teams over the 100-point mark, Conqueror close behind, and Come Over shortly behind them. And it is up, as well as we mentioned, still between that 12th to 13th place spot. Tuthan still ahead of CG Esports, but one game could change everything on the bottom.
Exactly, but they still haven't gotten that 1 point, from that previous game. And the one before, they got 6. So much needed points there. They just need to repeat that twice. Okay, or like for Tuthan to still choke a little bit, then CG Esports has a chance. And they need to be able to hold strong and believe that it can happen, because they just really need to just get those few points, and that's it. One somewhat decent game, and they can do it. And that's what I mean. Maybe times desperate measure. Play some heal strat if we have to. And you know what, Heinen Wolf? We officially suck, because look at the top 4 points, and our predictions were all wrong because of the point sponge situation. They're hitting almost 100 points now.
We do suck indeed, but I don't think you could have anticipated the absolute sponge gods that these teams were. They have just sucked up the life, the juice, the souls out of these players, because the fact that they are already 3 teams, almost 4-5 teams over 100 points, so we've still got 2 more matches to go. We've still got Miramar ready to go down onto the press. It is exciting stuff to see actually where they will be able to end up. Possibly one of them maybe even ends up the 150-point mark and then salts us even further.
You know what? That's what I expected initially, to have a strong 1 or 2 teams, then a more closer mid-table. But then it's a bit different to our expectations. But you had it all just a different way, right? But I can't complain. I think having a few very good teams at the top who are fighting for that number 1 spot is a very exciting thing, right? And no one comes in to lose. No one tries to come in to get less than number 1. And of course, right now is for them to adjust and see how to do or say the next right thing, and go stronger if they get through to the prelim rounds.
I think that it is up to, yes, as you say, the prelim rounds for many of these squads. Unfortunately, Cyrax, who had the chance getting into the start of their day, they haven't had the good showing that they need to. Although it hasn't been all bad from them. Keep in mind, they did make it to that 3rd position in that previous game. So as a result, going into out of Sanhok and into Miramar, they will still be able to have some momentum, we hope, into these final 2 matches. And it will be if they can better their position going into the preliminary rounds. Because although you may not want to accept, right, that you're going to be able to get into the finals straight away, and you're like, well, do these 2 matches really matter? It does, in terms of your seeding going into that preliminary round.
Agreed, and especially with that 5th place right now, or should I say 4th place, 5th place from Come Over. That point difference between Come Over and Cyrax is completely possible for Cyrax to make it work, because Come Over has not been that distinct, not anything that's flashy or no big plays coming from them, the past few games. And that is where it matters. When someone's doing above average, starting to catch your eyes a little bit more, Cyrax is there and they're just chasing and chasing and chasing, and that is something that we want to see.
I think that Cyrax as a team going into the next 2 games need to be just that little bit more aggressive to provide themselves that space, because that is the thing that lacks for them going into the end of the game. Having that control over where they've got inside of the zone is just not quite there, and it is something that I think going into the final 2 matches they can use as that one point to improve on, because the team fighting isn't horrible. Their ability to get into the final zones is proven to be there, so it is now just how do we finish that game up.
And you know what? We can guess and we can still be wrong. It's best to be, prove wrong, with some surprise. And that is what we sometimes want to see, like ultimately the teams to be better, to have new like rising stars, from the campus championship. That would be a great storyline, right? Like be the MVP in campus championship, then continue to dominate, the scene. And who knows? Like remember all these names right now, they might be around in this coming, split or this year.
Yeah, the fact that later in the year is still a PMCO, right? So this is the time to be able to get yourself a team, to be able to get yourself a name going into that. So the opportunities are there. It is how hungry these players are to be wanting to take them, and it is how hungry these players are to get those chicken dinners, because 5 threats, who is going to stop them? That is the question. Are they just once again going to take a hat trick of chicken dinners away, or are you going to allow this to happen, the rest of those 12 teams in the lobby, or will you decide that finally 5 threats must be stopped and we must come together as 12 threats to eliminate them and bully them out of the lobby?
Oh, like that would be nice if that can happen. I'm sorry, that sounds really mean, right? But it's just drama. It's a little bit of a twist, okay? And you know what? Maybe those who can stop them comes from the other group in Group B. But that is something for us to find out and predict after watching next weekend's group play. 2 more games to go. We're waiting for this Miramar game to start. And maybe one thing that we can talk about is predicting, so-called, how El Pozo are going to look like if the playing path allows them to go there.
El Pozo is the hot drop. It is like the center of the bee nest, and El Pozo is the honeycomb, right? They protect it with ferocity, all of these teams. They do not want to leave that compound, but maybe they should. And I like that what we kind of suggested on Chimicera, even though we couldn't have had realistically a strong influx on them, maybe only in today, maybe looking back at those games, that they did decide in the 4th game. They have decided in the 2nd game already today, we've seen for teams to drop down over in that southern compound. And I think the advantages are there. And when we look at the other points of contention that are still strong going into Miramar, the next one that comes to mind for me is Power Grid, right? Splitting over those hills, or either not Power Grid, deciding to actually go for the half end of Paston compound. And I say Power Grid specifically because it has the ability to not only look over Picardo Hills, look over the plateau, looking over Happy End of the Paston, but also you've got the hills looking over water treatment to the north. So the flexibility and how you want to rotate out after you finish your looting stage is by all means there.
And I think it's definitely an area that players can use to their advantage. But there's 2 pieces of information that they really need, right? Is whether they drop around there, okay, or they go there like from a close by position, and 2, the playing path. Because if we don't have those information and don't know when and how to claim them, like I like to use this word, is the pocket of position. There's so many spots, so many dips. They need to know why they choose a particular pocket, then know how to, control it and how to sometimes people always forget how to get out of it if they have to. So that is the bit that we always talk about, but we can only, see, how people play it. Then we'll find out maybe new ways to use that part of the map as well.
I think that the other point of congestion, possibly there, the church, right, around Graveyard, somewhere that when you look at the pro side of play in PUBG Mobile, it's always contested every single game when the zone goes over. Therefore, it's control in its vision looking over the rest of the zone. And I think that I would like some of those teams to heads up, take that up if that zone does go that way. But it is all predictions at the end of the day, and Miramar is just a short moment away before we get to dive on into it, and I can't wait to see who will be that next chicken dinner winner, as indeed the playing path rolls on in. Overloss he goes, and straight up towards Oasis, your favorite spot of the map. I am yet to see though an Oasis finish in this PUBG Mobile, and maybe one day I will be able to finally see what that compound exactly looks like.
Well, that's one way to do it, is for us to play some more games as casters, and that is one way for sure and important. But the hope is there, because even for when I casted with Imperium, we had that small island finish on that far right side. So you know what?
That's
not even fair. Everything can finish, and we shared, a very interesting first time over the desert, and that sounds incredibly wrong. I'm just going to let that go and see how Optic Gaming makes some changes, because they went to El Paso. Right, that's their drop, opting in for something new, and maybe right with Arena 51 floating next to them towards Los Leones, those can be easy kills for Optic maybe, and then Arena 51 may continue to choke a little bit in this tournament.
As you can see around Shumasera, Atom with Busy Hunters once again going to settle up in the South compound. And I like that Busy Hunters, they take this 4-1 split, because the control division over Atom is going to be very strong early on. And I will look forward to see if they can continue that control and use it to push Atom into an unfavorable position in Shumasera, because they are already, keep in mind, on the edge.
And I think this is a good try. Okay, I respect what Busy Hunter's trying to do. They need some points, and they know Atom Elites are not the strongest, and they know they're dropping in Chumasera. And they are here to maybe get some points to secure their spot going into the preliminary round. And this time round, very different types of teams in Picardo. So both the teams that fought here before has decided to go elsewhere. Right, so that's new, and exactly. So Busy Hunters going to pick another fight, and CG Esports in here sharing a city right here in La Caberia alongside Fight Threats. That's not a team that you want to fight, especially if you're CG Esports. But you know what? Maybe they can somehow have a team fight win. If they do, right, then maybe that is the ticket or the dose of confidence that bring them out of that bottom spot and make it to the prelim round of this tournament.
Well, Oasis is still in the zone. That is what I'm going to say first of all. So PUBG Mobile gods, I pray. We pray that it goes all the way to the north side, but probably won't happen. I'll probably be upset once again. I'll be disappointed by PUBG Mobile, because if I could just move that zone a little bit further north every time, but then who wants me to control it? Because to be fair, if I could control the zones, Tarzan, I would actually probably put it 50% water first phase every single game and just keep pushing them along to the beach.
Yeah. And I mean, I can't disagree with that, but I will have to agree that you're a terrible person. I
am a terrible person.
I mean, you know what? It's just, casters wanting to see, some action. And you know what? That is where good teams shine, when you put them under a lot of pressure, then you can see how they like set themselves apart. So we are not terrible. We'll take that back. We just want to see teams having the platform to demonstrate all their skills.
Well, terrible or not for these players with the zones, it'll be up to CG Esports to be able to show their strength up against the top dog of the leaderboard. 5 threats, the alpha of these teams, looking over none less than Risen onto the squad, and he peeks. He's waiting. He's trying to find Siam. He finds the bullets. He finds the knock. And Sador can only watch, looking for a second. Can he find it? The confirm comes through from Anfo. And just like that, down to the trio.
And that is really weird. Maybe Siam was AFK or disconnected because he didn't move at all, like after getting knocked as well. So, but I want to bring some attention to what Risen done earlier. Upon entering the first floor of a building, he started crawling. So he didn't even want to give away any possible visual info to CG right there by dropping down when he are shown through that window, if you guys understand what I mean. So these are the important type of mechanics to really restrict your movements, restrict how much info you're getting, and they're just trying to chase this down. CG, good luck, because you are going to need it.
The building is abandoned. The car has to be abandoned now too, because CG Esports, the vehicle, gets blown to smithereens. Yatum overlooking 3 easy kills. 1, 2, make it almost a triple, baby. As Yatum looks to finish him off. It will be 4 kills already for 5 threats, and we're only just starting out on this match.
What a heartbreak, to see that they now have to at least get 7. I'd say on the safe side, 8 points. How about that? Like from CG Esports to bypass Tufan to take that qualification spot. But that is just, I feel like they should know that, because like that is the area. The north side of the map is the area for 5 threats. By going in there, they need to anticipate that the squad could be around. And then seeing those parachutes, you may just say, oh, it might be 5T and we should dip. Knowing your limits is so important. Otherwise, you may just fall like the way they did.
Okay, but tell me something here, okay, Tarzan. If we landed with these teams, okay, and where would we go? Where would we go as a duo to be able to win in a zone like this?
In a zone like this, I would say, okay, let me think about that playing path, etc. again. I will probably float towards the top right side of the map, like through Cruz de Val to Tor Ahumada, etc., because there are some interests over that side, but it's not very highly contested. Then, because we know that we are only a duo, so then we should probably thread the needle every time we go in. We rotate in from the more open side, then we will find a position to get a bit of a split. We will need to rely on our trigger discipline and maybe mind map knowledge to take one spot after the next, and then just play it by, the strong positions. And I think there's a lot of access to, like you said, to the church, some of these big rocks right here, to this north of Minas Generalis, and then, over towards treatment site as well. So I think from Cruz del Val as a spot is a good start and gives us multiple options.
Well, you talk about trigger discipline. This is something that I don't know if you know yourself here, Tarzan. I do not have. So it will be, if we get to the church, is the ultimate question of your rotations. But albeit brilliant idea of rotations, fair enough. I do have enough map knowledge at least to save me and understand where you're coming from.
That's good to know, and we should maybe test that out. And as you can see, let's say we stick with that plan, right? So we can access into Hacienda del Patron and just scout from those junctions as well. And we can wait. We can scout, and that would be great. And right now, of course, the teams are more like around that middle position and water treatment is quite empty. So I would actually love to see a water treatment finish. There's like sewage pipes and stuff like that. Not a lot of people know how to play that, but I used to drop there when I was playing, I did it in season 2, and it's quite fun. And you need to have a lot of knowledge of that part of the map to win it. And it's definitely a good spot to take for the circle, not right inside, but on this hillside to the east of water treatment. And that should give these teams a very solid mid game.
When you were playing Season 2, Tarzan, I wasn't even aware that PUBG Mobile was a game. So you have been a lot longer around this map than I have. So you will be correct in knowing that water treatment here is one of their strong places inside of zone. That was a beautiful, 720 through from Snowix. Well done in that one, but maybe not the right time to do it. If that was a team there to overlook you, do need to control your vehicle a little bit more. But what I digress in saying is that water treatment is great. But on the other hand, if you go towards the hills just outside of Happy End of the Battle, maybe that would be even better, because as Wolfen gets knocked down, unfortunately between the two duos of Optic, the rest should get away. But if they go further north into these hills, that would provide maybe a team like Busy Hunters this space to have vision, to control, and it would allow a team to be able to not only look over water treatment later on, if need be, to rotate to, but also over the compounds and the hills around them.
And I definitely agree. Like, I would actually take, maybe the spots between like Junkyard and Cruz Davel first, if I'm a full squad or a trio. But the question initially was that if we play as a duo, and that is why we can pick that pocket a bit differently. But I completely get your point, and you can see how Optic Gaming is trying to control that. Like we mentioned, this area is so strong. They need to know all the tips and how to make it work. Now, Busy Hunters did not make it work right here, so still not getting enough points, but that 1 point might just be enough, and we can see another very common spot right here, just to the west of San Martin and Hacienda del Patron, and with so many good dips around. Now, this team of Come Over has lost one player, another one knocked, now need to hold this breach against this Game 2 winner, I believe, and that is IND, back to maybe win the second Miramar game.
IND holding up on the rest of the ridge line, but it'll be up to the French squad themselves to try slap IND down with baguettes one after another, and they will look to put them down into them and spread them across and then eat them up with the baguette itself. It will be Kronos here to hold on to the edge. Is Narvalo, Snowix still alive? Golden Kid get knocked though. So we're down to only the duo. And I love this control. Continuing IND. Close. So if one of them goes down, they can be revived. But spreading out enough to be able to force Come Over out ever so slowly into the open.
And I think the important thing here for Snowix and the rest of the Come Over squad is to park their cars in a way that allow them an escape strategy if need be. They still are in the circle, so that's good news for them. They can maybe at least rely on the possible third party, like upon IND, to release some pressure, but this will otherwise be a standoff for quite some time.
Narvalo still there, Snowix still up, and it will just be how much pressure are IND willing to put in this moment. Is it look to cook the grenade straight over the rock? Snowix has to move, but it wasn't on target anyways, and instead gives the position away, and now possibly, maybe, goes down with Kronos on the other side. I would have liked to see a little bit more aggression from the rest of IND to push up, to deny Snowix coming back into the building. That could have been the option to do, so that could have been the improvement there from the team. But nevertheless, it is still a brilliant surround, and I like that they are still, albeit being careful and controlled as they start to throw those artillery out. Look to fish out these kills. Narvalo on the second floor, and Snowix, they are very, very split. And as a result, it might just be them getting called out. You can see them move up to the first floor.
Novello, I mean, that player can maybe allow a 2v4 to happen. He just plays so well under some pressure for some reason. So IND has slipped before, at least in that third game, and that might be the start of it. But Christ goes incredibly low. There's no river for you to have your fishy play, so you just need to position yourself well. And then this push is actually slower than I thought. They've successfully pinched, come over into one building. This is a time to use utilities and just make it work.
Well, come on, they almost find out not about it being bad news bears there for IND if they get lose one player on that engagement in. The smoke, yes, they find one, they find two. Snowics with the off angle finds a beautiful return, but how much are we willing to regress this one further? Will they go in to try push the final two members? This is a 2-on-2. Navalo goes inside, but where is Snowics? Are they going to be the duo here together? And are they going to take this win? Snowics with a drop shot. Lord. Brilliant work. Come over onto that W against IND.
And what did I say? IND's shown some weakness in the past. Even for yesterday's game, they may have some splits, but it's not really well thought out. The support between each other is not enough. When they had their number advantage, sloppy control, and the push itself just allowed themselves to get choked and just didn't aware of the angle, but just hold that thought. Some other teams also need to learn, and that team is Atom. Be aware of your surroundings. When you drive past like that, even that Tommy gun from MPS just sprayed them down.
Arena 51 Esports caught out on the zone. Deja vu, hello, says Arena 51, as it will be Xerox looking to try find out Slayer. Disrespect, understanding that there are still players up, as he will lose his life. The zone gonna engulf him, but can MPS take this fight quick enough to save Slayer before he gets taken down? No, they will not, because he did get knocked, and that's a beautiful knock on to Tristan through 5 Thieves onto Arena 51 as they come over the hill, coupled by Xerox going down to MPS, means one less team to worry about.
And that is just Arena 51 once again, entering an area without a plan B. That's how it looks like to me, because a lot of times when it comes to rotation, Silent Wolf, this is how I see it. If you are a mid-level player, you kind of know what strong positions are, and if you're a slightly better player, you know how to shot stop and scout for a spot. But if you're an even better player, you need to know what it means. If you take that spot, you need to know how and when to claim that position. And if not, you may end up in a situation like Arena 51 Esports, down to that one player continuing to struggle.
Tarzan, you're talking about how good we are here, and I expected you to carry me when I said we jumped down as a duo, so I'm more of just a bait. I'm more just a body in front of the bullets for you to be able to do the damage, you know what I mean?
I will do that for you. Of course I will, Jake. we have that synergy. And you know what? Speaking of synergy, Entra Skynet just comes out and baited. And that's none other than Concrete UK that fell to the bait. The trade comes through as well. But that is also the weak side. Joining the party from the side is 21 Blackjack and will punish MPS for the lack of awareness on the outskirts.
21 Blackjack, one already into the cards, but can they find a lucky strike onto Conquerors and MPS? It looks like so, because Malum finds the second knock. Skynet almost gets his head popped off. Will the final shots be able to land? No. He gets the rock back under to safety, but he's only one player in Conqueror. Well, they're on the other side, and there's nowhere really for this duck bag to move, because, well, he's going to have to maybe go quack and be able to swim his way through onto a wrangle and onto the oceans in that 5th game.
Okay, you know what? I was actually... I've lost my words there. MPS, I didn't know what they were trying to do. I was almost like, what the hell was that? They had a good knock, right? They had the bait. They knocked someone who tried to spray down the teammates, and they tried to, push on foot across 100 meters and get sprayed from a center circle position that we should know that is there. And that's how MPS fell one by one. And then also with 5T stabbing them from behind as well, MPS continues to struggle, and it will be even more because we have a hardship to the south side. This is time for maybe Optic to get some wins. You know, they've been lacking some. And they have the high ground. They have a position in the circle, 1 death already there. And now 21 Blackjack has the other hillside on the opposite side of that main road.
21 Blackjack, the space opening up for them. But look at that zone. That zone is disgusting, where you only have the few buildings inside the 2 valleys. And I know that place well. That is not a place that you want to be in, down in that protection, because there's 0 ways out of that valley when teams overlook you.
Oh, and that's some early clash from some top teams. Look at 5 Threads and Optic Gaming, and that finish was just so quick. And that is the wipe, and Optic tries to upset the leaderboards.
That was beautiful from Optic. Revenge is sweet. And even sweeter when you take them down in 10th position. 21 Blackjack still looking for some control in the north side. MPS ain't over yet, though. They come up from behind, slow them down, come over as well. Still the duo up is that Adam. Late rotation, my friend. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to hide, and nowhere to hide for Hackshot because he gets knocked by the likes of Toofan. Toofan, maybe some life coming through at last, even if it does take 9 games.
Well, this spot is just a good spot for Optic. At least they get to reset and get to third-person peak as they go even further. Arena 51 fell at 9th position, so I wonder if they gotten any kills. I think if they haven't, then that's just another 1-point game for them. And MPS, we did criticize them a little bit earlier, and now Skynet's trying to prove me wrong with that good spray onto Malum. This solo will continue to go forward at the moment.
MPS Skynet is carrying on that ducky bag the entire host, the entire squad here. But for how long, unfortunately, Beaster gobbles them up like the beast he is, and it will be them falling down in 7th position. Conqueror still alive though, 1 player down, killed for them, and Stanoka, Senso, the duo still on the edge.
And you know what, like, just MPS made me want to bring up this topic again. You need to know the difference between, and the Zac just dies right there. And the TFN is showing up. Toofan is making it to top 5. That is a very, very important game for them. It's also big for Cyrax. Although they haven't got a spot in the circle, there's a small lip right there on the eastern edge. So this is where things can get changed up. And of course, Navalu, they had that 2v4. The momentum is here. They can maybe take out Optic right here on this edge and will get the easiest position in the circle to win this game, maybe.
The zone overlooking this hill is so crucial for Optic Gaming to control. If they can move over just that little bit by eliminating come over, give them some space to control, this game could be theirs. But they need to take this out quickly. And unfortunately, that rooftop protecting come over from the grenade rain that comes out of them. Another one falling down, but Snowix goes even lower. Can they pop that perfect grenade through the window and find a double knock? They find at least one. Snowix goes down, but Narvalo is still alive.
And that is a very, very hard molly to hit, but that was close enough. What they have to be careful of now is the other sides, but that is also TFN trying to join the party, and then just multiple teams trying to enter this, and that is a beautiful nade finish, and Optic made it to top 5. Senso goes out for Conquer UK, but nonetheless some good placement points, and this is CFN making it to top 3 just by placement points alone. They have gotten 10 in this much, vital game 9 of their group stage.
Well, you just have to warm up for 8 games, and then the final 2 games, you wake the hell up.
And then you get Hype down, you get King down, you take out Cyrax maybe in Tufan looking at second place. But Optic, they don't want any of that to come true, as they will be the prophets and try to take this game in their own hands. They say that Optic is going to win this one. And will Tufan be able, on the other hand, to deny away fate, to be able to be the unlikely champion of this match?
You know what? I'm still looking at one thing, right, Iron Wolf, is which team still got vehicles, right? If the circle ever go against them. And that team is Optic Gaming. So I would say, no matter how it goes, they are the team that has the expertise, the control, and the resources to turn the tables if they ever need be. And that is also TFN's problem right now, all relying on that ridge line to protect, and they will not get the circle. They need a card in this type of situation. They can go down and sweep out Cyrex, but that will not allow them to win the game against Optic Gaming's position.
If they could stop Optic getting off that ridge line, it might have given them some hope. But because Dev is able to use the trees for cover, because he now has space for cover, he's allowed to pressure with grenades surely onto Cyrax, eliminate them for themselves, and just allow Tufan to get destroyed when that phase 7 zone comes up in 10 seconds.
And look at Cyrus, just not even taking the time to get slightly more info, but it's understandable because TFN can just like stop them from the top, and that spray was so close. One death will knock another one, and there will be a flush as well. The last one standing is there one that knows the limits and not try to peek for too long, but that will be Optic there to support, and Cyrex took their 13th kill of this game.
Cyrax eliminated, down just to the duo of Tufan. Kiret's knocked, and now one more to go. Optic, they want this, and as Snare crawls his way into the blue, will he be able to deny points? Because right now, if I was Snare, I just jump straight into that blue and I kiss myself goodbye to this beautiful world. There is nowhere to run.
I mean, like, he can try to get one kill point. I don't know.
He finds death, maybe.
It doesn't really happen, but it's good knock right there.
He finds almost the first knock, uses now the vehicle for cover, can loot up that crate as well. He's going to be able to get a little bit more use out of his life yet. Is Optic, they are still a duo. They're going to be able to make it back up to the trio. Snare looking for that perfect angle. Beaster on the tree line. The grenade comes through. Will he dodge it? Yes, he does. But unfortunately, not the bullets, as it will be just proven too much. Optic Gaming, they take that one. And finally, more than 10 kills. We get to see a total of 17 kills come through from them. That was possibly, actually will be, the most dominant game out of any team so far.
Yeah, I think so. Like, if my memory serves me correctly, 5 Threats had 16 kill chicken dinner, so this is beyond that. And you know what? Well deserved. And I think they've taken away that top spot through that game. And that is, you know, representing the UK as well. So a little bit of prejudiced view right there, but always love to see.
I see prejudice, man. I can't believe it.
Right.
Shame on you, well, Tarzan. I mean, if only there was a Hong Kong team as well, then you could you could vote for them.
Right, definitely. And so yeah, great game there, and I'm happy for Tuvan. I can't wait to see the standings in a bit as well, to see how much security they gain themselves, and that secure spot maybe to play in the preliminary rounds.
I think it will be up to see how much actually they have just boosted themselves up in our leaderboard, because straight up, the fact that Optic took that was so dominant, and I will be excited to see exactly how they will have broken this one down. But we do have to keep in mind actually here, Tarzan, that it is going to be another short break before we get to go on to the fourth match breakdown, and we will get to have a little bit of time to digest what just happened
to Optic Gaming. And as we will catch you guys in just a short moment.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Straight back into the breakdown. We are game 4 just finished with the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, and it was an absolutely spicy one from Optic Gaming. But tell you what else is spicy, Tarzan. It is he's enjoying a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G 2. That is a powerhouse, a truckload of damage potentially you can put in with that one into a PUBG Mobile game.
I think it's a good choice. I looked into different devices as well. And, it's a good quality for the price that you pay, and device is important, for our campus students as well. And we need something that allows us to play at the high end, but we still need to live. And we could see some of these highlights from that previous game. CG Esports tried to challenge the Kings being fight press and just go out early, and Optic Gaming starts their slaughter in here against the Busy Hunters.
One team went down, a second goes down. A brilliant showing from Come Over onto IND, got slaughtered themselves. Is then the rest of Adam fell down on the rotation in. It allowed teams like MPS, Conqueror some space, but even that was not enough. 21 Blackjack just held up a strong point, a strong showing in that north side.
5T tries to take another fight. They want to hold onto the spot, but then Optic showed them stronger. They take one, they take more. 21 Blackjack has been there on the top, but didn't go far enough as they want.
And to close it out, it was Cyrax and he had to take out Conqueror, bring us to 3. Tufan lost 1, and then it was the double loss from Cyrax, eliminated them in 3rd, but not before 1 finally goes down from Tufan, puts them to the duo, nowhere to go with a zone behind their back. Kirit falls, Snare tries his best against Optic, but it was just not enough. Not even the knock onto 1 death would save him. And at that point, he knew that it was going to be Optic Gaming to take the chicken dinner. 30 points going through to them. And Cyrax only next with half of the points gained by first in 2nd place.
Let's have a look. Tufan has 14. Right, I know it's not a lot of kill points, but let's put some things into perspective. CG Esports is still at 16 points. So Tufan being in that bottom, close to that bubble of elimination, they actually had this was what we want, the big game, so they can probably play, in that prelim round, and that would be such great news for them. But several teams showing up to make things spicy as well. MPS have some fragging power.
MPS do indeed. This is a second game on Miramar, the second game they've looked strong today. In one death, though, for them is able to take up 7 kills on top. MPS as well, and Optic join up with the second and third position. Akama being the one for them with 5 kills. And 5 threats still, though they got eliminated early, take up 2 of those spots with 3 and 2 kills respectively in the top 8.
And one death just leading the damage chart, more than double that damage output compared to the second place, who is held by Snowix from Come Over. But you know what? It's about when do you actually strike. The time aggression's important, and Come Over made some flashy plays as well. Snowix part of the duo who took a 2v4. Of course, one death with so much work put in, and part of the big reason why they took that chicken dinner and has a whopping 2200 damage across the team with 15 kills, and compared to Cyrex, who showed up as well.
And you can see that the Optic Gaming with over 2100 damage shows you their dominance towards the end of that match. But the standings show even more. Optic Gaming, I joked at the start that maybe a team gets 150 points. Well, maybe that dream becomes a reality, because maybe Optic Gaming can become a real boy after all. 115 points might just be on their horizon.
And you know what? There's 2 important bits of storyline here. Highland Wolf. One is between the 3rd to 5th position right here. 7 points to separate, and one of them out of these 3 teams will have to, play through the prelim rounds to make it to the finals. But that point separation is small. And the other one would be about CG Esports once again. If Tufan can do it, maybe they can. If they can have a game, just about as good as the one that Tufan just had, then the Busy Hunters need to be scared as well in this last game.
And the fact that you have MPS as well with those dominant showings taking points away from not only the top but the chances away from the bottom with that good game as well coming out of them towards the end of that match. Though they weren't able to close it out, at least they were able to steal more away. And Tufan as well, stealing points away, means it does, slip the chances now onto Busy Hunters and CG Esports to be the ones to dodge elimination. And CG Esports, they have to, unfortunately for them, but now more than ever, show their best game yet to get more than pretty much the points they've gathered in 9 games to be able to avoid elimination. And I would feel sorry for them in a way, but I just kind of don't, straight up. I mean, call me mean with the zones, but an average of under 2 points a game over these 9 games so far, it is just simply not good enough.
And like I said, I know it sounds really sad for me to just come up with this so-called game plan, but if CG just plays all 10 games by purely healing and getting placement points, I think the weight of that opinion is that you can actually get probably more placement points than 16 doing that. For Sanhok games, you can make it to top 5 or top 4. Then that, if you make it to top 4 twice by using 30 first aids across the team to one player, then that is 16 points, right? And then you've got 8 other games to get some points, and that's just crazy to think about, And what's crazy as well, we love the way 21 Blackjack played in these games, but they're only 7 points ahead of the 5th place, now at 102 points by Come Over. Imagine Blackjack's choking in this one, and they get overtaken by 2 teams underneath them. I don't think it's a
Imagine.
end of the world. I think it's a big lesson, and then they will have more training in that preliminary round, and then come back stronger than the 4 teams that took away their spot for that straight ticket to the finals.
I think you can also see right coming out of the 4th game that come over, they were aware of the fact that they were on the brink of not making it to the finals, and that's why we also see them so aggressive. We saw them be able to take that 2 versus 4 with a beautiful outplay onto IND to get themselves those points, and they were, keep in mind, able to survive to the 5th position in that game. So they still at least picked up 6 placement points. Although that isn't going to be the 10-12 mark that you all hope for, even the 15 in the chicken dinner, it's still something, and it's much better than how that game could have gone by using the defensiveness, by using the time and just allowing the rest of that lobby behind them, for example, like Atom, Zax rotating in to fall below them.
And there were 2 things that was that Come Over has done that game that a lot of people find hard to do, actually. One, when they got crashed by IND, they didn't risk for a revive, and they just let that player go. But that takes a lot of control. So that is a very good thing. So the first good thing that I've seen in that. 2, obviously, that 2v4, the calmness, and how they limit the movement and strike as a powerhouse of a duo. Brilliant work there. Everyone saw that. The third part, I think, that people might not have seen is they did not rely on the security in that hard cover that they won that fight. They know they are going to get crashed. They know they will end up on the edge, on the next edge, right, for the next phase. So they took a different compound, something that they can hold with a bus and a small hut, and could just dedicate to one angle as a duo. And they actually out-survived many teams who tried to go for this so-called strong positions. And those 3 things showed me, and it gave me a lot of hope in the control, the IQ, and the skill of this Come Over team.
Yeah, I do believe that actually Come Over are a team with very strong potential coming into the preliminary or the finals, whichever they get by the end of this final game. But it is up to them in the moment to be able to make it count as we head over onto the final game. It will be their last chance, all of these chance to get points. And it is extremely similar to the last playing path, if I do say so myself, that we saw at the start of the stream.
You know what? It's just going to force them to fight a little bit more. If you had a similar game 1, today, I should say game 6 for their group, then you know what? Do the same thing better, maybe, or find a different way so that you can come in stronger, right? That last Irango game, right? The first game of today was won by 21 Blackjack. And I did say they have a role to hold that spot because it can be stolen away by the 4th and 5th seat in this group right now. And we see CG Esports. You know what? They just say, screw it. We're going to somewhere that we haven't been to. We're going to fight a squad that we know probably going to Novo. And then this may be something interesting because of the South Island situation. IND thinks the South Island is ours. We're going to split drop. But then seeing themselves getting contested both in military base and Novo, that is going to be interesting.
That's why you see actually the heads-up reposition, albeit it's not going to be by much, for Shashang from their teammate there to not go straight into Novo. They opt to instead go for the small set of buildings just outside of the Eastern Bridge. They, as well, I think, for the rest of IND, are going to meet up in that point, going to meet along the hills to the north, and then they will try to reposition from there and find some strength for themselves. But I love this all-out warfare of MPS, of CG Esports, both saying, well, we've got nothing to lose. We might as well just go at it and go at it hard. And if we win, we win.
I think, right, like high level, it's not just about, for MPS, it's not just about going hard because they know it's a southern path, right? And 3 games so far for this map, no one touched military base. So why didn't they just go and take it as something that can be very safe, for this phase 1 with a lot of loot as well? I think that's a great adaptation actually, and it was like catching other teams off guard to the point that they won't really contest it. But of course, we also mentioned this squad. Come Over has a lot of potential as a team, and they will continue to play a little bit slower in the early games. And they just need to focus on one thing: is to not lose players as easily in the mid game, and then they can show us their full colors and full power.
I want as well IND to be able to show us at this final hurdle what they can do, because it was a little bit disappointing to see them get 2v4'd in the way they did. The fact that they did have some sense of control early on, as you can see them take out the scout tower, but unfortunately do dodge out of the way in time for MPS not to find that grenade, and unfortunately even more so, Slayer just walked straight into the open arms of IND. They do get a 1-for-1 trade, and now McFry is checking those doors, checking exactly where the side of MPS are looking to rotate to, but there's just too many bodies to throw at this problem, and McFry gets taken down. Will be the return coming back over for Osama. Will MPS be able to close this one through? One more player to go, and it is only going to be Kronos on the lower health. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Can he get a first aid kit off in time? He re-equips the gun. The grenade coming inside, drops down behind him. The drop shot, though, not able to find Komara. And Osama there to join up. Goodbye, IND, already out of the match.
That was really rough to watch, like for me as an analyst. That is really about worse, bad and worse. Like MPS, okay, I'm going to be strict. I think don't take it personal, but this is how I see it. Go back to the thoughts later on if you are players or members of these teams or organizations. MPS pushed in one by one. Slayer got pushed in so out of sync with his teammates that they could not get the solo. The solo got the knock with the finish. The second one came in with the DP, made the knock, but he could have well gone down against the Uzi. So they came in one by one to have themselves potentially killed by someone third person peeking them. Right, but then there's another mistake by the other side from IND. They had the two other teammates that tried to come in to support the 2 in military base. They don't have to crash that what we call ACT, right? The air controls, like what do we call that? So that single building tower.
There we go.
Air control tower. That's it, right? So like having a brain fart there, but my points are still going to be clear. They are trying to choke that compound. Why would you push and crash into a compound that give yourself no way out? Right? And just allowing MPS to rain in more shots, cover fire, shoot every opening, throw utilities in. That was not the way to play it. So it's really about, who's playing bad and who's playing worse. And that is a little bit funny, but those are my points there. And I think there is some weight to it. And hopefully these teams can learn from that type of mistake. But nonetheless, the initiative, to come over to support is good.
I do think that it is about these teams still needing some improvement. I think use the group stage as this time to improve. Use this game still as this time to improve, because there's always that second chance, as we say. The preliminary stage is always there, and it's about how these teams look to improve through the 4 weeks as a whole, because I don't expect Golden Goose style games out of the beginning. I expect teams to make mistakes. I expect teams not to have these show out matches. But I do expect them to use the time wisely to, when it comes down to the money things, when it comes down to the finals, that teams that make it there deserve to be there. And they show us at that time why they are there.
And that's so important. Like nothing stings, and stings everyone more than an unworthy winner, right? But we have some good skills demonstrated in this group already, and one of those teams are definitely the South 5 Threats as they cruise through Pachinki, and they had some fights in here yesterday, remember? And they took some early kills. And I think the city is untouched at the moment. So if they want to claim it to loot up a little bit more, they can. But it could be also good practice for them to just practice fighting as they take some compounds over here overlooking the Headshot Hills.
5 Threats' team overlooking possibly a 5th chicken dinner, if they can find it. And Optic Gaming, I think the other team that we had to talk about, their ability to break 150 points in 10 games. If that isn't a scary statistic to do against 15 other teams, and albeit, yeah, it's more just realistically like against 12 other teams, then I don't know what is, because when you don't even have 3 teams playing, that's 12 kills per game that aren't even open to take, and they're still almost breaking that mark.
That's very, very true. I mean, the maths we probably have to work through even better next time, but you know what? It's a different caliber of play, and we just maybe don't expect this, but at least when it comes to the points right now, there are some patterns that we can predict. And then, of course, we can, you know what, speaking of predictions, where do you think this circle will go, Jake?
Where the circle will go, I think it will go around Roshok, split between the north and the main island. We will have to see where it goes. Well, look at that. Would you have that be right on point? There it is, straight around Roshok, the center of the map, no less. As it will be busy hunters moving back over to it. And I like that they're looking to control this spot, because Roshok is the place that these teams will look as the entrance either in from the mainland or in towards the area of shooting range, and Severny still available. And I think we're going to see teams in the north side realistically become over, rotating through Georgia Pole. I don't really understand why they're going for the 2-2 split. They could actually maybe be looking instead to go around the ruins, but then the ruin space is a little bit tricky because Headshot Hills is always tricky to rotate out of. So I would like to understand exactly why they are splitting in this moment. And splitting in this moment, unfortunately, CG Esports give left Sado alone with the entire squad of MPS, and well, they're going to play with him real good. Unfortunately, Sado, he doesn't like to play games with MPS. He likes to play games with his own team, but they don't care. They will take him out. And now they can only watch as they are removed to the trio.
And I wonder why they pushed so aggressively. Maybe he, like this, Sado gave away footsteps maybe before he had to, and this is just MPS taking another one, turning this into 3v3. Right, that's one thing I want to talk about. I think those 2-2 splits on that Georgiable side is just to extend that looting phase from come over, which I don't disagree. But the other side of the map is it gets quite interesting. On the bottom right segment, or the quadrant of the new phase, Highland Wolf, we have Conqueror UK going in there. We have 21 Blackjack reaching in that same spot. Also, the team of Optic Gaming. So we may get some early fights around that side, around Yasnaya Fields, pushing into the center zone in that quadrant and change some points. And, come over being away from that area of fight or congestion may give them the chance to make it straight to the finals.
I think that CG Esports, this is their last opportunity to show us what they are made of. If they go down here, CG Esports are eliminated. They do not go any further in this competition. And we criticized them, and now is the time to hope and pray for them, if they can pull out that miracle play. But it is not an easy space to do so, Tarzan. It is in apartments, no less. And they ain't going anywhere. The rotations out of this compound is just way too tricky.
Well, it comes down to one thing now, is their awareness of vehicles. The very, very important resource. Have they dropped onto some? Have they got some, through the phase one? If not, there is just no way that they can get out of here with a good ending unless the zone continues to go over to them. I think there's still some chance, but then you just need to really know your limits, and we pray for them as we wait, and we can see that congestion on that side, like we mentioned, potentially happening between Optic Gaming. In front of them, we've got Cyrex, and then 21 Blackjack controlling more of the open on the east side, and we have a hard shift.
Look at that shift. Go over to Headshot Hills. Go over to Ruins and Roshawk. Still dirty zone here inside of the north portion of the map. Roshawk on the edge. And if you could have asked for a hard zone, well, there it is. And you can see MPS looking to try to see if someone's there. They do have the vehicles around them, as you did wonder, but they've been grenaded to oblivion, and no longer will they be in use. It is now CG trapped as MPS storm into the building.
And that is just the thirst right there. They want to clear out a team in here. I think they know that CG is the team around, and they want to, take every point they can. And CG now is the time to hold it. You can hear all the footsteps. You can limit it. This is the time to shine. And this is your chance right here, right now.
Tiam holding up on the ground level, the footsteps quiet enough not to be noticed. Skynet goes above, looking to try possibly jump out a window for those shots. Instead, he's going to look for the grenade, look for the molly, see if he can find and chuck one down, see if he can burn someone through. But no one's going to get cooked just yet. They're on the ground floor. They've been found. They've been spotted. And as Skynet moves down, he almost takes his own teammate out. You have to be a bit more careful with the trigger finger. But it's going to be still, nevertheless, CG surely going down in this fight if they can unless find a way to turn this around. Yes, they possibly do. Yes, they do. Because CG Esports, a surprise. Their teamwork to stay together. They take down MPS, and they still have, more importantly, the chance with 3 kills to their name to be able to take this game.
Oh my lord. You know what? I'm just going to drop the bomb onto MPS. As a squad, listen, right? Don't rely on your gun skills too much. 2, work on your macro gameplay. How to push, like when to push, look out for your weak side. 3, do not confuse aggressive play with disrespectful play. You enter that building, you clear rooms together, far apart enough between your players so you don't get naded by the same nade, but close enough to trade for each other. They went around just looking for things, and that is how they fall. Just it's not even close. They lost a fight in a very embarrassing way to the bottom team right there. And just remember those. If you can use those points, I believe it will work in your favor, MPS.
It's just about teamwork, right? Once again, we see teams going in one by one, and one by one they fall. And like Noah's Ark, they say go in 2 by 2 because that is a better way to do it. You got someone there to cover you if need be. As it will be that zone continuing to shift around Headshot Hills and Watertown in the center. And Watertown finish would be lovely to see. We've not seen Oasis, but this zone wants to have some love to the ocean nevertheless. As it will be on the bottom side, you can see come over, losing 1 player. Lisa already knocked as Cyrex look to storm their own apartment building. Icy looking to find grenades down. Hype on the other duo here.
Possible. 2v4 maybe? I mean, but look at that nade.
It's close.
And that comes again.
That was beautiful with the bait indoors into the second grenade. That's what you're looking for, come over. They look for the first down. They should be able to find it. It's over. Just need 1 more kill. 1 more opportunity to take down the duo. But he also cooks his own. Hype looking to try stop this one as long as possible. Will be the solo as Icy finished through by Golden. The second one down and come over. They've taken 2. They've taken another out of this lobby.
so patient, like you've got 4v2 situation and hold that thought. Conqueror needs to hold it down. Senso got knocked, but the return is right there. And that is Conqueror holding a good spot in them for themselves. And you know what? Going back to come over, right? They know it's a 4v2 maybe, but they were so patient. They pushed the two players, bit by bit until they have no other escape routes and just nailed the final bit where they could stay. And that's how you do it, guys. And that is something for these other teams to learn from. Meanwhile, Gyro needs to hold this down.
Gyro for Conqueror versus Zack. He's over the wall. He peeks down. He jumps over, but Gyro not able to find it. The Slayer, Zack, able to find the team elimination. His jab, even still alive. That zone looks like it has gone over to Headshot Hill's gone over to Ruins. And if you wanted a difficult zone, well, it's given it to you, Tarzan. It's his analytical paradise.
Oh my god, just look at the points right there as well. Conqueror's out at 108 points. And then Come Over is 2 points below, but they are in this game with momentum, with one good position in the circle and a full squad. So that is something that we are looking for. And this is just going to be crazy. The top squads are still fighting everywhere. On the south side, 21 Blackjack will clash against 5 Threat, who is now holding a 2-2 split.
21 Blackjack come over. These are the two squads that aren't for certain safe. They need to be able to pick up these points in this game to be able to advance straight through to the finals. And it is who? One of them. Maybe even both. If Conqueror did bad enough, these two squads do good enough to win this match. Straight back over, though, from Headshot Hills back onto Watertown. Arena 51 Esports is some gifted to them in the trickiest of rotations for the rest. Unfortunately, their CG Esports losing one means that they might lose more as 5 Threats look to oppress their position.
I mean, one knocked on CG Esports is not the worst right now. With that distance, it's so hard to confirm kills. And look at this good replay, Zack, just with the brilliant drop shot. CG has a chance. They just need to make this miracle happen for them. Maybe they can overtake. They just need to know how to use their position and just have that patience. Well, Come Over still in this position, and they have that good chance to make it to top 4.
They do indeed here have the chance, but will they be able to have the skill necessary to make it to that top 4 mark? It is all eyes on them to dodge elimination. Keep in mind as well, Toothan as well still alive. They, for a second time in a row, looking to have a good showing. They are also fishing all of these players to hold the positions they control.
And you know what? I'd say this is where weaknesses of teams get shown. Like Arena 51 and then CG Esports, both in Watertown, and they know they have a lot of control. People may clash them, but they didn't punish any team properly. And just now sharing this really key city in this phase of the game with 2 more teams. And that's what I mean with tactical splits. You cannot allow that.
Right, no matter even when he gets the double grenade, snaps, eyes on the prize, takes the nade onto 2 members of Blackjack. Blackjack didn't actually move in that building enough to dodge out a second grenade. If a secondary one had been cooked up and immediately chucked out, that could have been 2 kills. And maybe, of course, Snaps doesn't have the second grenade. Of course, it looks like he doesn't there based on what he is holding. But that's then to the point of if he had, and he should have had, to be able to at least confirm kills rather than just confirm knocks.
And this is also some, very rare mistake coming from 5 Threats. They know that this compound held by Come Over is strong. So why bother going to that side where you're exposed to, this compound? And we'll see how they can hold it still. Sora will get picked up, and we're waiting for that split. Oh my lord, it will go over to Come Over. They say, Come Over, give us these points. We want to go straight to the finals.
Let's go. And they take all of the zone. They take all of the possibilities. And still in the buildings, in the apartments where they stood once before versus Cyrex, they will stand once again. Is also 21 Blackjack on the rooftops of Arena 51. They're above you to threat, but can Physics find a jump over? Almost misses a plank, almost misses the engage. Instead has to drop back down because his team, they're being lit up alive. In 21 Blackjacks, knock after knock, they are finding.
That is some, trading mechanics that need to come through, and Physics needs to understand that alongside his teammates. And now we are back to this side as well, as all those teams try to squeeze through the Sunken City, or also known as Watertown 5T, wants to get some opening knocks so they can maybe come in. They have lost basically all of the vehicles they have to go through. The smokes path is deployed, but it's going to be so far for them.
How long do those smokes stay up as well, Tarzan? Only 40 seconds per smoke, and well, it's unfortunately going to be even slower of a rotation with that knock onto Yatum. They're going to be forced down into the dirt by Come Over, surely. Nevertheless, can Snowwings peek through, spray through, find a second knock? CG Esports still in this game, still holding up. You mentioned it, they need a 4th position. They still need 2 teams to drop, but can they survive long enough?
And this has also Come Over, just trying to use so many bullets. Do bear in mind, whatever they kill right now, they can't loot up. They need resources for the late game.
2fan take down 2 of 21 Blackjack, but Blackjack strike back, take down their own 2 knocks, and they will at least be able to wipe out 2fan from the lobby. But how much has been done? How much has been dealt by 2fan to hold Blackjack further? 5 threats. Meanwhile, they survive for long enough, but that beautiful one there from Over snipes it down. That's a confirm. Yatum, low health bar, the zone coming in. Will it be enough? Yes, barely. It will be in time as they keep themselves a trio. But Yatum straight back into the blue, gets knocked down again.
And just look at that bottom right there. CG tied in terms of points with BH just because of that survive throw. And this is going to be so interesting. We have to find out in the rules to see which team gets eliminated. But meanwhile, 5T made it in. We talked about how much smokes they need to use, but they are now at least in. And they can maybe stay stealthy. And they have a spot in the circle. But not so lucky is the side of 21 Blackjack. And we can see how Over just wants every single point right here.
Come Over, hold it to the edge of zone as it does go away from the majority of these teams. Atom, still running his way along the coastal line, still looking for opportunities.
And that is still very possible. Like, this comes down to Over. Okay, let's put things into perspective. You're only 4 players against 6 players who very much know where you are. So they really still need to control this. Some split coming through. I like that from the outside. That is by Malum. And then they need to hold multiple teams still.
21 Blackjack still on the outside though, Tarzan. Hermes goes in for the scout rotation. They got 3 players. They better damn use them. It's phase 7 is moving in behind them. Is looking for hugs, and these aren't the hugs you want to have. It's a squidge. It's gonna be ones where it just cracks all of the ribs of your body. One at a time as Bimber, Hermanos, Malum put those smokes down. They're trying to find every little meter of space they can.
And I think it was so good, that Come Over allowed the last player of Atom to die within the building. That's the resources that they need for that end game as well. As they open again, Golden almost falls, but will first take out Hermanos.
Over Golden, barely alive, but can this team stay up as a full squad? It certainly looks like it. The control, but straight back down as I praise them to the trio. Narvalo into the dirt. Make it almost two. Lisa is at least able to find a return onto Malum. Bimba now to solo for 21 Blackjack. In the duo for 5 threats on the outskirts. This surely is come over's game. This surely is them to avoid elimination, out of being progressing to the finals, being able to directly to see them in 3 weeks against the rest, against the other best 15 teams to join them. Come over.
Yes.
They need this win.
They have some spots in front of them. They've got the next bit of cover, but they have to be so careful because Risen is so strong. Same as Entho. They need to move into zone 3 on that one side. The double knock come through. 5G has turned the table, and they were first finish and still one more kill. And this continues the bloodbath.
There's a third going down. Risen ain't done yet. Golden looking to be firsted up. Still Blackjack are alive. Somehow it's a solo. Bimba healing his way. Maybe looks to try find Antho on a bad 1-for-1 trade between Come Over against Risen. But can Risen be the perpetrator to slap down? Yes, they will. Come Over in 3rd position. Another duo kill coming through from the MVP player. 5 threats, 2v1 over Bimba. They're waiting, they're looking, they're searching for his location. They found him in 5 threats for the 5th time in 10 games. Dominance from this squad. Take the chicken dinner.
Absolutely crazy. And you see how important it is, to stay calm in the situation. We lost all our cars. We got knocked again by the same team. Made it in just enough. 5 threats. And stayed stealthy and then, strike at the right time. And I think it was also Come Over slipping. That's, what defines a good team is how you pace yourself still when things seems to be on your side. They've got the numbers advantage, and they throw some smokes, but those smokes, could use them better so they didn't overlap, or even throw it over further to where the enemies are and stop them from peeking. They gave that win away, but nonetheless, it was because of the other players making it so good.
We get to go straight into the good as anything replay here to close us out. MPS versus IND to begin with. It would have been so good if he was able to find that drop shot, but neither was able to find the kills. MPS fell down to CG. As Rahat was the one, the perpetrator, to take the second out of the game.
And that was just what saved CG, that there might be a chance for them to qualify, but of course we also see how they hold down the compound and the game. The team that made it work was Come Over as they held this pushed them to having no way out, then nading it. Concrete choking as well. Atom Zack with a brilliant drop shot there after destroyed the gyms to straightly go towards the finals.
Arena 51 as well. Hold on to Watertown as long as it could, but Snapsy got turned into some calamari. It sold a demon into sushi. It was all the fish dishes it Blackjack wanted. Into the next game is Malum was the one to take down the final members. Over as well, slapped down Harmons. They were able to find one, but 5 threats, they took the whole squad. As Golden was the last one to fall, Risen the MVP to throw down the final 2 members, and plow down Antho did onto Blackjack to secure themselves the final win in the board. They take 28 points, Come Over in second with 18, but more importantly, we want to see the points of CG Esports, who needed the points, and 11 will go through to them. But was it enough?
You know what? I actually, want to ask the staff right now. When it comes to a tie like this,
Okay, I've
What
got
matters?
it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got it. So
Okay,
it
go
will
for it.
be total chicken dinners first, and if not chicken dinners, then total placement points. If not that, kill points, and if not that, the placement in the last match. So Busy Hunters, I believe, were the other team there against them. So it's a 10-point difference that we're able to make. As I say, is it enough? But that 9 kills coming through Risen was certainly enough from 5 threats. The most, I believe, actually, we have seen, or tied for the most we've seen all through these 10 games this weekend. And what a way for 5 threats to come back in this match. They looked like they made some mistakes, but Risen, hands down, saves them every time. 1,500, almost 1,600 damage just on this player alone. A force to be reckoned with.
I think that is absolutely crazy. That might be the highest damage from this one single player through this Group A. And that is not the highest amount of kills, because I do remember Entho having a 10 frag game, but the damage is nowhere close to this from Risen. But you know what? That is why it's so scary, this team. Like, just look at this amount of damage. He might have done more damage than any other team put together, but you know that will I'll be proved wrong, because let's not forget about Come Over with the position and the 2.5k damage that they delivered in the position.
2.4k coming through from 2.2 coming out of 5 threats, and straight between them they were able to muster almost 5,000 damage, never mind the rest of these teams in the lobby. And it's insane work coming out from 5 threats, a team to surely be on the top of the standings that we will get to see the all anticipated moment of who qualifies and who don't. CG Esports, Busy Hunters, well, they're tied, and it means we have to go down to the tiebreaker situation. Neither of them got a chicken dinner. So total placement points then comes down to the next thing, and well, that is why you see CG Esports down over Busy Hunters. The consistency in zones saves them from being wiped out of the tournament.
But you know what? That's close enough of the Cinderella story, and you know, you just hate to see it. And still, I'm not going to let this go, right? Like Highland Wolf, just heel strat when it matters. You know, just one game maybe, and that is, you know what, the rules are there, and it's, you know. But the other heartbreak on the other side is for Concrete UK. After that game,
I think the heartbreak for them, right? The heartbreak for them to not be able to muster that final win. I think as well, their 5 threats able indeed to be able to get over 150 points. Brilliant work from them once again. But that has been all from Group A. That has been a brilliant set of matches coming through from these 13-14 with the debut of Fear and day number 1 teams. And we will have to wait to see you next week. Same time, Saturday, Sunday, same place on PUBG Mobile, Twitch, YouTube, whichever you like to go to for Group B of the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. Good night, everyone.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.